Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 11th staging of the Ministry of Health and Wellness's annual National Health Research Conference. My name is Jasper Barnett. I'm in the Policy Planning and Development Division of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and I'll be your chairman moderator for this morning's session. Before we begin, I'm going to reach out to Mrs. Sandra Parchment to consecrate the day's proceeding. Mrs. Parchment.
Your default has. Hello, good morning. Eternal Father, we humbly come before your presence this morning to give you praise, glory, and honor. Lord, we thank you for this day and the opportunity you have given us to participate in this, the 11th Annual National Health Research Conference. God, as we go through this COVID-19 experience, adjusting to the new normal, we ask that you guide the proceeding, dear Lord. God, we know you are omnipotent, you are omnipresent and omniscient. We know nothing takes you by surprise, and we believe you are working out your purposes in every situation. So we trust you to see us through. Lord, we pray for our Minister of Health, our permanent secretary, chief medical officers, and all of our health care workers, especially those on the front line who daily lay their lives on the line for us. Protect them and their families, Lord Jesus. Lord God, we also thank you for the strides we are making in dealing with this pandemic and pray for your physical, mental, emotional, and psychological strength and healing. Please take total control of these activities of today, and we pray that when we would have come to the end of this day, you will be pleased in what was said and done. Bless us as we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spartan. And welcome again, everyone, our global and local audience. As I said earlier, thank you for rejoining or joining us on day 2 of the conference. Yesterday, we would have heard a bit about the epidemiology related to COVID, perceptions of the public, a bit of psychiatric wellness, and importantly, we heard about technology as well. So it's very opportune that this morning we start off with a presentation on the Digital Protection Act. We're all concerned about confidentiality and privacy matters. And we have no one better place to explain it to us and take us through it than Ms. Joaquin Murray. Ms. Murray is the Chief Technical Director with responsibility for Information and Communications Technology in the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, and has held this position since 2012. She has been working in the field of ICT since 2003 and has over the last 17 years been exposed to and developed knowledge and expertise in the areas of telecommunications, electronic commerce, intellectual property rights, cybersecurity, and data protection. Ms. Murray is a graduate of the University of the West Indies and holds a Bachelor of Arts and a Bachelor of Laws from that institution. She was called to the Jamaican bar in 2003. She also holds a Master's of Laws in Technology, Media, and Communications Law from Queen Mary University of London. All right, everyone, though we're virtual, I hope you will join with me to welcome Ms. Joaquin Murray to give her presentation. And I believe this piece of legislation is critical reading and understanding for all citizens of Jamaica. Welcome, Ms. Joaquin Murray. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation, first of all, to be a part of this conference. I appreciate that a review of the Data Protection Act in the midst of a National Health and Research conference might look kind of out of place, but I am grateful that I have been invited because, as our moderator has said, it's critical to the issue of privacy of data and the security of personal data. So today I'm going to quickly, within the time that has been granted, take us through a review of the legislation. It is a voluminous piece of legislation. It's not that easy to maneuver, and so I'm going to try and break it down as simply as I can so that all of us can be aware of what is to come. So as I go through this morning's presentation, we're going to be looking at a couple of things: the purpose of the Data Protection Act, the applicability of the Data Protection Act, the rights that have been granted to data subjects within the legislation, the obligations of data controllers, the enforcement elements of the legislation. I was asked specifically to look at the implication of the legislation on biometric data, and I'm going to do a couple of slides on that. And then, of course, I'm going to make some recommendations to us all. So the purpose of the Data Protection Act simply is to define the principles for processing personal data and to provide a transparent oversight to enable both persons, and I mean by persons, legal and natural persons, within both the public and private sector to strengthen how we manage the protection of personal data. I want to make the point that even though the Data Protection Act, as it is named, says data, we're not talking about data generally. The legislation specifically relates to personal data. And as I go through the presentation, I'm going to be introducing some terms and looking at what they mean. So when we talk about the applicability of the Data Protection Act, I want us to consider that to know that the Data Protection Act applies to data controllers that process personal or sensitive personal data and data of data subjects. And I've highlighted the words and underlined them. I think you're seeing them. But one of the things, so what I'm going to do is to just take us through what these terms mean in the context of the legislation, and of course how it would impact both data subjects and data controllers. So who is a data controller? A data controller, by definition, is a natural or legal person or public authority who alone or jointly with others determines the purpose and the manner in which personal data is processed. There is a definition for public authority within the legislation, and it includes statutory bodies, public companies, or government companies, rather, commissions of parliament. So there is a definition, and it covers almost every single entity within the public sector. Additionally, a data controller is any person who has a legal obligation to process personal data. Now, with respect to the applicability, what we need to, one of the things that the legislation does is it establishes that a data controller is a person who is established in Jamaica or anywhere that Jamaican law applies. But it has, the legislation that is, an extraterritorial effect in that you can be considered a data controller for the purposes of the legislation even if you're not established in Jamaica. But you process personal data using equipment located here, or you process personal data of individuals in Jamaica, and the processing activity relates to the offering of goods or services, whether for free or for a fee, and you're monitoring the behavior of individuals that take place in Jamaica. So whether you're established here or not, you are or may be covered by this piece of legislation. With respect to the term processing, that's a definition we're going to look at next. Processing means, by definition, and when I speak of the definitions, I'm speaking in the context of the legislation and how the legislation defines it, means obtaining, recording, or storing personal data. And a data controller who performs an operation or set up operations on data to include organizing the data, retrieving the data, disclosing it, blocking or erasing it, or even rendering the data anonymous. So when we speak about processing, we're really speaking about everything from the collection of the data, the personal data, to its destruction. Now, with respect to personal or sensitive personal data, those are the terms I'm going to go on to next. Personal data is defined as information, however stored. So that's whether it's stored manually or it's stored electronically, relating to a living individual or an individual who has been deceased for less than 30 years. Our legislation therefore applies to both the living and the dead for a period of time. And what is important is that that information can be used to identify an individual. So any information. So we talk about your name, your date of birth, your address, phone numbers, when collected, would be able to say, you're John Brown or you're Mary Jane. And that's what we mean by personal data. With respect to sensitive personal data, you'll see that those include genetic and biometric data, trade union membership, sex life, racial or ethnic origin, physical or mental health and condition, philosophical, religious, or other beliefs, among some others. Now, what is important here is that sensitive personal data is treated slightly different in the legislation from personal data. And as we go on, you'll see that what is required is explicit consent to process this type or these types of information or data. With respect to data subjects, a data subject is a named or otherwise identifiable individual who is the subject of that personal data. So having looked at who the legislation applies to, I want to make the point that the legislation does not apply to personal data processed solely for an individual's personal, family, or household affairs. So if, for example, you have your phone with contact information of your friends, your family members, colleagues, co-workers, which would include names, address, date of birth, and so on. That is not considered processing under the legislation because you're using, to the extent that, let me rephrase, to the extent that that information is used for your personal, family, or household affairs. So the legislation does not apply to that type of processing. Also, the legislation makes provision for some exclusion or exemptions from certain elements or provisions within the legislation. And those broad areas include national security, tax matters, the assessment and collection of tax, journalism, artistic and literary purposes, research purposes to include statistical and historical purposes, disclosures required by the law or by a court order, and matters as it relates to legal proceedings and obtaining legal advice. So moving now to the data subject's rights, there are 6 rights that have been established within the legislation: the right of access, the right to prevent certain processing, the right to prevent direct marketing, the rights automated decision taking, there is a right of rectification, and there is the right of data portability. And I'm going to treat with them very briefly with each. So with respect to the right of access, it's the right of the data subject to be informed whether a controller is processing data related to that individual, and that the provision of that information must be done free of charge. There is also the right, within the broader right of access, the right for a fee to have the data provided to the individual, and in a form that they can use. So if you think about our persons who are with disabilities, then it must be provided in a form that they will be able to access the information. Additionally, there is a right for a fee to be informed of the logic involved in a decision where the processing is by automatic means for evaluating matters concerning the individual, and is likely to be the sole basis for any decision significantly affecting the individual. So when you think about credit reports and the determining your credit worthiness, sometimes what is run is the data, is it the information with respect to you is run, and then they give you a number and they say this is your credit score. If the extent to which that is done automatically or purely automatically, in an automatic way rather, and that a decision is made about your credit worthiness solely on the basis of that number, then you have a right to know what informed that decision. There's also the right to prevent certain types of processing, and so what happens here is that the data subject is enabled to, by legislation, to say to a data controller, stop processing my data, cease processing, or don't even start processing my data because it's likely to cause substantial damage or distress, and the damage or distress is unwarranted, or the data that is being processed is incomplete or irrelevant, or additionally, the data ought not to have been, you shouldn't be processing the data in the first place, or the data is, processing is prohibited by law. The final one that we have on screen is the data has been retained for longer than lawfully required. So if you should have destroyed the data and you're still using the data as a data controller, then the data subject can request that you cease the processing of that data. Then there's the right to prevent direct marketing, and I think we all know what direct marketing means, but there is a definition in the legislation, and it's when a data subject is approached, whether personally or electronically or by other means, for the direct or indirect purpose of promoting or offering to supply goods or services, or even requesting a donation of any kind or type, and for whatever reason. And with this right, the data subject can say to a controller, as a matter of fact, what the legislation says is that you can't process a person's data for the purpose of direct marketing. So when you see those messages coming in, whether into your email or onto your phone, that will soon have to actually come to an end unless your consent is given, or you're a control, or you're a customer of the controller. So And one of the things that the legislation says is that the controller, the data controller, cannot approach a data subject more than once to request consent. So it is an opt-in regime, meaning it is a data subject's right to say, I want you to send me information with respect to your organization or your company or your goods or services. But they can't just send you. It's something that you have to request. With respect to the right to right regarding automated decision taking, it's a little bit similar to the logic point I made earlier. And essentially what it says is that a data subject can notify a data controller not to make any decisions with respect to that individual solely on the basis of automated processing, particularly where that decision can significantly affect the evaluation of the person's, the affairs of the person. So when you think about your work performance, again, the issue of the credit worthiness and reliability and conduct, to name a few, the point here is that data controllers must apply their minds to the decisions that they take in relation to a data subject, and it can't be done just on an automatic basis or using an automated process solely, I should say. The second to last right is a right of rectification, and this allows the data subject to request rectification of any inaccuracy that might be in the data that is held by the data controller. And by rectification, we mean amending, blocking, erasing, or destroying the data. And the inaccuracies can include errors and omissions, errors or omissions with respect to that the personal data that is being processed. And then finally, just before finally, the rectification, if rectification is done, then the data controller is under an obligation within reason to notify every person to whom they would have shared that data within 12 months from the period, 12 months from the date that the request was first received. Finally, on the rights, the right of data portability. This right enables the data subject to have his or her personal data transmitted to another controller where it is technically feasible. And an example of that is if you are a customer with a bank, for example, and you want to change your account or move your account to another bank, you don't then have to provide the other bank with all the information that you would have given the first bank. You simply ask your existing bank to transfer your data to that second bank. So that's what essentially data portability is. With respect to the data controller's obligation under the legislation establishes 8 data protection standards to include processing the data fairly and lawfully. The data that is processed must be obtained for specified and lawful purposes and can only then be processed thereafter for the purposes that the data controller would have indicated to the data subject. The data must be adequate, relevant, and not excessive in relation to the purpose for the processing. And the data must be accurate and, where necessary, kept up to date. So those are 4 of them. The other 4, the data is not to be kept for longer than is necessary for the purpose. The data processed must be processed in keeping with the data subject rights, which I would have spoken about earlier. They must be safeguarded against unauthorized or unlawful processing. And finally, it cannot be transferred or ought not to be transferred to another jurisdiction that does not maintain an adequate level of protection. So that the jurisdiction or territory does not have itself a data protection regime. So with respect to the first standard, briefly, and this standard is standard 1, which speaks to processing data fairly and lawfully. Data must not be obtained by deception or by misleading the individual as to the purpose for which the data is collected. So the individual must know why you're collecting the data and what you're going to be doing with that data. With respect to the second standard, the data that is obtained must be processed for a lawful purpose. And what data controllers are going to be required to do is to explain to data subjects what it is that they intend to use their data to do. And whatever it is that you say you're going to do with it, that's exactly what you have to do with it, because any other processing for any other purpose then becomes unlawful. With respect to the third standard, this standard is basically saying data controllers ought not to collect more data than they need for the purposes that they're using it. I mean, I'm sure all of us have had the experience. You go in, you fill out a form, and they ask you 50 million things. And you're wondering to yourself, what does this have to do with what the goods or the service that I am procuring? And so this standard says that, listen, ask for what you need and no more than what you need. So data controllers will have to do an assessment of what it is that they really need to do, what to provide the service that it is that they're providing. The data must be accurate and where necessary kept up to date. Simply, this standard is saying that whatever data you collect must be verifiable. As a matter of fact, the data controller has an obligation to the extent practicable, verify the information that is provided by the individual, and would not be in breach of this particular standard if they can demonstrate that the information, one, was provided by the data subject, and two, they took the steps necessary to verify the data that was provided. With respect to the fifth standard about not keeping data longer than necessary, the legislation contemplates that regulations will be developed to guide person as to how long to retain certain types of data. I think some of us in the public sector already know that there are pieces of legislation that determine how long you keep certain things, 60 years for like personal matters and so on. The seventh standard is a critical standard. All the standards are critical, but this particular one places an obligation on data controllers to take appropriate technical and organizational measures to guard against unauthorized or unlawful processing or accidental loss, damage, or destruction. So we're getting into protecting and securing the data here. And in carrying out this particular standard or implementing this standard, the data controller must take steps to ensure that persons who access the data adhere to the security measures. If it is that you use a third party to process the data, you are required to ensure that that data processor provides sufficient guarantees regarding the security of the data and report breaches to you as a data controller. Additionally, those relationships have to be in writing. There has to be a written contract, and an obligation must be placed on the data processor to comply with this particular standard. The final standard is the standard in relation to the transfer out of the jurisdiction of data, the data subject's personal data. And as I said earlier, while this is prohibited, but there are some exceptions. There's always exceptions. So how do we determine adequacy? We're going to look at the territories or the jurisdictions laws, the nature of the personal data that is being transferred, any security measures in that other country to ensure the protection of the data, and the purpose and the period during which the data are to be processed in that other country. Just to say, though, that with consent, the data controller can transfer to another country once they have the consent of the data subject to do so. So if the data controller is to transfer data to Timbuktu, and Timbuktu doesn't have laws in place to protect the data, if the data subject consents, then that transfer can be done. Some other obligations under the legislation: data controllers will be required to register with the commissioner unless they fall within a category of data controllers or processing that the minister determines ought not to register. Additionally, controllers will be required to appoint a qualified person as a data protection officer, just to say that all public authorities will be required to appoint such a person. And what this person does is to independently monitor the controller's compliance with the legislation, to ensure that there is no contravention of it, and will assist data subjects in the exercise of their rights. Additionally, with respect to data protection officers, one of the things that they will be required to do is, if it is, they say to the data controller that you're breaching or there are errors of non-compliance, and that data controller fails to adhere to the advice of the data protection officer, then the data protection officer is under an obligation under law to report the matter to the commissioner that is established within the legislation. Some persons have found it a little bit strange that that can happen, but it really is an audit function. It operates like an audit function and helps to keep the data controller compliant. The other thing I want to bring to attention is the fact that controllers will be required to notify the commissioner and the data subjects of breaches. I believe that this is probably the first piece of legislation that requires that where there is a breach of security in relation to personal data, data controllers are under an obligation to tell the data subject. I think we would have heard a lot of incidents where persons, their cybersecurity threats, invasion, and loads of information is just out in the public in relation to persons. And what they're asking persons to do, what this piece of, what the provision requires is that the data subject must be notified within a reasonable time of becoming aware of the breach, so that that individual can take steps to mitigate any potential fallout by the fact that their information has been leaked or accessed by whoever. Additionally, there will be a requirement for a data protection impact assessment to be done and submitted to the commissioner annually. And it will include, effectively what this is requiring data controllers to do is to do an assessment of the processing that they're doing, the possible risk if there is a breach, and then to indicate how it is that they would mitigate those risks. With respect to the enforcement, I've been speaking about a commissioner, but the legislation establishes the Office of the Information Commissioner, and that office will be responsible for monitoring compliance with the legislation, providing advice to both the minister and as well as the public. And if the office so believes it can mandate or encourage groups of persons or data controllers to develop guidelines that would help them to adhere to good data protection practices. Additionally, the Information Commissioner will be responsible for investigating complaints raised by data subjects and may, on its own initiative, investigate how it is that data controllers are complying. The office is empowered to issue enforcement, assessment, and information notice, and will have powers of entry and so on. The offenses, there are several offenses created in the legislation. They range in terms of the fines from about $1 million to $5 million in the parish court, and fines are at large in the Supreme Court. With respect to possible terms of imprisonment, those range from about 6 months to 10 years. The point here that body corporates are liable to a fine, not exceeding 4% of the annual gross worldwide turnover. So if there's a breach for those companies that are found liable, they can be fined up to 4% of their gross annual turnover. And the fines, or some of the offenses treat with the breaches of the data protection standards, which I would have discussed. Selling information is one thing. So, you know, those instances where persons have been complaining about their information being sold, that's an offense under the legislation and attracts a fine of $5 million up to 5 years or 10 years in the Supreme Court or Circuit Court. With respect to, quickly, the implication on biometric data, just to say that if we think about biometric data, at first, there has been an evolution. Initially, biometric data would have been used for DNA and fingerprint testing, but what we're increasingly seeing is that biometric data is being used for automated authentication or verification and identification for access to physical or virtual spaces. So people are using it on their phones to access or to get into their buildings and so on. So with this rapid technological evolution, what it raises is the issue of security, one, and the issues of data protection. The legislation defines biometric data in Section 2, and it is any information about the physical, physiological, or behavioral characteristics that allow the unique identification of the individual. And with respect to the physical characteristics, those include facial image, fingerprints, iris scan, your height, your vein pattern, and so on. But additionally, it also can include your behavioral characteristics, so the way that you walk, the way that you sign your signature, the way how you type, or your voice can be considered within the definition, or certainly is considered within the definition of biometric data. With respect to the legislation and the impact on biometric data, first thing to note is that the data protection applies to biometric data, applies to biometric data, except where I'd said before, if it's being used purely for personal or household purposes. The DPA, we would have seen as well, defines biometric data as being included in that class called sensitive personal data, which it means that you can't collect this data without explicit consent. So it must be processed in keeping with all the 8 standards we would have reviewed earlier. And in processing that biometric data, you can only lawfully do it if one of the conditions of Section 24 is met. And again, that's because it's considered sensitive personal data, so there must be written consent. You can process it without consent if you fall into these other situations. One, you need it, for example, for medical purposes, for legal proceedings, or to protect the data subject's vital interests, their life, or the life of some other third person. With respect to consent must be given, the consent given must be informed, specific, unequivocal, and freely given, meaning they must know what purpose they're providing the data for. The biometric data is going to be used for, and it must be done free of their own volition. And then finally, with respect to biometric data, the data subject may at any time, and this is generally, not only with respect to biometric data, this is generally a general provision within the legislation related to all sensitive data. A data subject may at any time withdraw consent to the processing of his or her sensitive personal data. So even if given, the consent can be withdrawn at a later date. So as I wrap up, I have just some recommendations to make generally to persons, particularly those who would be processing personal data. One, review the legislation. Yes, it's a long act, but it's imperative because it applies to both private and public sector entities. Review the legislation to determine whether or not you're a controller and thereby captured by the legislation. If you are a controller, then you need to do a couple of things. You need to consider what personal data you're collecting, whether the personal data being collected is necessary, who you're sharing the data with, the jurisdictions, if any, that you're transferring the data to in the context of transfer of data, and how long the data will be retained for. We're encouraging data controllers to establish their own privacy policy statement that allows for transparency, and of course it must be written in such a way that clients and customers can understand it, right? But they need to know what are your privacy policy rules in relation to the use or processing, rather, of their personal data. Controllers are encouraged to assess the technical and organizational measures necessary to ensure that the data is kept secure. And that will be an involved process, but your MIS officers or IT officers or managers will have work to do in that regard. Review your contracts, including those with data processors, to ensure accountability and compliance with the Data Protection Act. And of course, review your operational processes to ensure that you can give effect to the data subject's rights. So if it is that the data subject, for example, says that they don't want to receive direct marketing or they don't want to be direct marketed, then you must have a system in place once you receive that notification to be able to desist from doing it. So that in a nutshell, not much of a well, about 30 minutes of it, but that it is the simplest breakdown I can give you of the legislation, even though we didn't go into a lot of the things, and I want to thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Murray. I think you did an excellent job of presenting it in such a way that we could understand it. It's a very weighty and technical area, but it's essential reading, as I said earlier, for all citizens of Jamaica. And I want to commend you on the way you presented it. I certainly would like to read your presentation along with the actual legislation to come to a better understanding of the language and the intention of the clauses. So commendation to you again on a job well done. At this time now we'll turn to the audience. I know controls will help me here to identify the questions. I believe we have quite a few in the Q&A section. And if possible, we'll go to those in on Facebook and YouTube, if time permits.
Okay, first question. If biometric data is collected from you as part of an application for free, say for example passports, etc., why is it for a fee, and should you be charged for your data being collected?
Well, the legislation doesn't speak to. Okay, let's step back a little bit. The data is yours. Your personal data is yours. And that's one of the things we want to establish, first of all. And you have constitutionally a right to privacy. If you choose to give your information, then you give your information on your own volition. It's not that we're encouraging persons necessarily to pay you for the use of your data. If it is that that's an arrangement that the data controller wants to enter into, then you're allowed. But what we're saying is, if anyone who collects your data, whether the goods or the services that they are selling you is for free or for a fee, then they're obliged to ensure that they protect the data that you provide and to process the data in accordance with the legislation. The fact is that I think we appreciate that everywhere you go, once there is a product or goods or services that are going to be provided, you think about your doctors, you think about your lawyer, you think about your utility companies. They collect information in relation to you to provide you with a service. And that service you might be paying for, or you may not be paying for it. But the idea here is that if you give it willingly, and they must obtain your written consent to take it. So with respect to the biometric data, if you purchase a phone and then you determine that you're going to be using your biometrics, your fingerprints, your facial impression to access your phone, that's a choice you make because you don't have to do it. What you have to appreciate as the individual now is that your data is now in a system somewhere, and you're hoping that Google or whoever is operating within their jurisdiction under some privacy data protection law that protects you. And more importantly, they are taking the necessary steps to ensure the security of the information that they have in relation to you.
Next question is there a central repository for data for each person? If you, as the data subject, make a request for erasure of data and it is not done, what are your rights? And what are the sanctions if the requests for deletion of data are not completed? If you're made aware of transfer or of other processing of data, then what are your rights?
All right, so I don't know that there is a central repository for data. Each data controller, and by data controller we mean any business, any person who is collecting the data for the purpose of providing a service. So there is no central repository. Within the legislation, you are provided with protection. One of the rights I would have discussed is the right to access, and that right enables any individual to go to any data controller or any entity and say, are you processing data in relation to me? And that data controller has to tell you whether or not they are processing data in relation to you and what information generally it is that they are processing. Now, if you want the data on you, then you will pay a fee to collect that, to get that data. But you are enabled by the legislation to exercise your right of, first of all, knowing whether or not someone is processing your data, and then secondly, accessing that data as well. Bearing in mind, though, a point I dealt with very briefly, that there are exceptions within the legislation. So if you go to the police, for example, and say to them, you know, do you have data on me and what you're doing with it? They can tell you no, because for national security purposes, they ought not to be divulging that they're conducting an investigation in relation to you. So there are exceptions. It's not a general right. There are exceptions, and there are activities within the built into the legislation that are exempt from some provisions in the legislation. That particular question was a loaded one. I don't even know if I caught every single issue, but I'm hoping I did. All right, so I think that's it. Thank you so much for your attention, and I trust. Just to say one last thing with respect to the legislation. The legislation contemplates that it will come into force on a date to be appointed by the minister. The legislation is not yet in force. The ministry is moving to, first of all, establish the Office of the Information Commissioner. Once that is done, then the minister will indicate when the legislation will come into force. And data controllers will have 2 years from that date to begin to get their house in order and to ensure that they can be compliant with the legislation. So the legislation, while not in force, we're encouraging persons as a ministry to familiarize themselves with it, because it is coming, and it's something that everybody will be required to comply with. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we still have some more time for questions. If it's possible for Ms. Murray to look at the Q&A window and take a few more questions. Am I right, controls? Do we still have some time?
There is feedback, but just to say that we're trying to get back on time. So we have asked Ms. Murray to respond to the questions in the chat while we continue with the conference.
Okay, okay. All right, then I believe we're concluding this session then. And I speak on behalf of everyone when I again want to extend our appreciation to the presenter for the clarity and the simple language used to communicate. I mean, this is a intense legal piece of legislation, and she certainly broke it down a lot for me. I come away with a whole heap of appreciation about my right to consent, for example. I thought it was annoying that every time I visit particular web pages, I'm asked every time about cookies. So now I understand why they need to get my consent every time. And I found it also very interesting that my biometric data extends even to how I comport myself, my gait, my body posture, and the rest of it. Very enlightening. So I want to encourage everyone to to visit the ministry's webpage for the conference. You'll see the conference booklet. I want you to take a look at the posters on the webpage as well. Be sure to look out for the conference form, evaluation form, I should say, sorry, and complete them. And so as we wrap up this session, we'll be taking a quick little program break. No, actually, yes, a quick little program break, unless again, if controls has changed that, we'll have a quick little program break, and then we'll go into the next session, which is the scientific session on sickle cell disease. So thank you again, everyone, for joining, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. First and foremost, let me state my name, Nicole Dawkins-Wright, as you can see on your program. I am going to be your moderator for this third scientific session of the second day, coming into the second day of the Ministry of Health and Wellness Annual Research Conference. So let me firstly join in the congratulations, first and foremost, to the National Epidemiology Unit, led by Dr. Webster Carr and, of course, Dr. Andreen Grant, as the chief organizer for the annual research conference, and congratulate the team for doing an excellent job so far for the beginning for this year, which has been a very unprecedented year for a lot of activities. We have come with a research for this year with the theme adjusting to the new normal for COVID-19. And one of those new normal is this issue of exemplifying a virtual world that we live in. And now we are staging the conference on a virtual platform for the first time, I believe, from the conference team. And I must, again, commend the team for doing a really, really great job to staging it so well, bringing together excellent researchers, presenters, and again, to start off the second day, with a very important topic, which is the whole issue of data protection. As we go into this virtual platform, we have a lot of information coming through. So it sets the stage, I believe, to appreciate where we need to go. There is an error on your program. You will have noticed that it says sickle cell disease for this segment. We are actually completing the mental health focus for the presentation for this year, which is a priority area for the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And in this third session, we have two very brilliant presenters who are going to carry through a key dimension in the whole new normal, the mental health consideration. And we're going into two different perspectives for the mental health aspect of COVID-19. We have two presentations for this third scientific session. This first one, over the next 15 or 20 minutes or so, we're going to take from Mrs. Patrice Whitehorn-Smith. Mrs. Patrice Whitehorn-Smith holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in psychology and a Master's of Science degree in clinical psychology from the University of the West Indies. Mrs. Whitehorn-Smith is currently pursuing her doctoral degree at Curtin University in Western Australia, again the virtual world, where she's a recipient of the prestigious Australian Government Research Training Program Stipend Award, and we must congratulate her on receiving that award. She's currently collaborating with the Department of Community Health and Psychiatry at the University of the West Indies by coordinating the research activities of Mental Health Research Group around mental health and COVID-19. She has worked in the area of mental health, substance abuse treatment, and research. She has over a decade of experience working on the development and implementation of regional and national level research projects. And this morning, she is going to present her paper, Socio-Demographic Correlates of Depressive and Anxiety Symptoms Among Jamaicans During the COVID-19 Pandemic. Please help me welcome Mrs. Patricia Whitehorn-Smith to deliver her presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Okay, so as was stated earlier, we did a study looking on the socio-demographic correlates of depressive and anxiety symptoms among persons in the Jamaican population. And this is actually done by a team of us, as was stated earlier, who work as a mental health and drug use research group within the Department of Community Health and Psychiatry at the University of the West Indies. So I really want to highlight the members of the team. Dr. Daniel Oshie, Ms. Shinwendu Agu, Professor Wendell Abel, Ms. Gabrielle Mitchell, Dr. Althea Bailey, Dr. Joy Harrison, and Dr. Kian Campbell-Williams. So I want to acknowledge their contribution to the development of this study at this time. Okay, so as we know, we're in the day 2, so we are fully aware that we are in the middle of COVID-19, and it is the biggest, I will call it, drama in our lives since a century now. So the presence of this pandemic has caused a fallout in many areas of our lives. And throughout the world, we're seeing where mental health has been greatly affected, mainly because of the presence of this disease that's highly contagious, but also because of the mitigating factors that have been put in place to help to curtail it. So recent international studies have shown that depressive and anxiety symptoms have been linked to persons feeling more fearful about possibly contracting the disease and the consequences of being in quarantine, lockdown, isolation, and all these different changes that have happened in our lives. We see where there are socio-demographic factors, for example, gender and employment status and age, that have been associated with this mental health crisis, and also the level of knowledge people have about this disease and their current practices. So within our Jamaican context, we recognize since March, we ourselves have experienced a lot of changes in our reality as ways of coping with and mitigating against COVID-19 in our own society. This includes changes to persons' lives around job loss, family strain, your children being out of school, loss of your routine, and social contact. For us, being able to touch is a big part of our culture. So all these aspects are possibly affecting the well-being and the mental health of those around us. So based on that, we felt it was very important to look quickly at how the mental health of our population has been affected due to the presence of COVID-19. And so we had two primary objectives. First was to look into the prevalence of the depressive and anxiety symptoms among the population, and then two, to look at what socio-demographic factors could be associated with this heightened depression and anxiety if that were present. Okay, so to accomplish this, we really wanted to get quick and speedy results that would be able to allow us to quickly make recommendations of areas that the Ministry of Health and us as researchers and persons in mental health could focus on. So we did a descriptive cross-sectional study design and used a rapid online survey. This survey was conducted between August and September, so it's a very recent findings. We targeted persons between the ages of 18 and older who are currently living in Jamaica. We used Facebook as our recruiting platform, so you had to have an active Facebook account. Our instrument was a self-administered questionnaire. It focused on socio-demographic backgrounds, knowledge, attitudes, and practices around COVID-19, how persons were coping in terms of well-being, and serious issues related to mental health. We used two standardized tools, which were the Patient Health Questionnaire 2, which is a 2-point brief screen assessment for depressive symptoms. That allows us to be able to tell if there's a possibility of major depressive disorder and if further screening is necessary. We also use a generalized anxiety disorders tool, which is also a 2-point scale, standardized globally. It's a measure of generalized anxiety, as well as has been found useful for other common anxiety disorders, such as panic disorder and so on. We were able to get ethical approval both from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and from the UWI Faculty of Medical Science Ethics Committee. We used a wide range of data analysis steps, including doing univariate and bivariate analysis, and we did binary logistic regression as our multivariate analysis, where depressive symptoms were considered as significant depressive symptoms or insignificant, and significant anxiety symptoms or insignificant, based on the scoring system of the scales used. All right, so let's quickly look at what we found. The vast majority of those who responded were female. So before I jump into the results, just a quick point. We used Facebook as a recruiting tool. We did not collect personal information. So persons were asked to look at, they were shown Facebook ads, would come up in their feed. It was targeted using a digital marketer to stratify different population bases to attract them to do the survey. Once they clicked the link, it took them to another platform, which we didn't have access to any of their Facebook information. And then we set the survey so that we would not track email addresses or IP addresses. So it was anonymous. Just want to put that there. So we largely got female respondents, and the most common age group that was represented was those between 31 to 40 years and 41 to 50 years. Go ahead. All right, it's really hard to see this, but I really wanted to show it. We looked at urban and rural. Most persons were from urban areas who responded. Christianity was the dominant religious group. Most persons were single, followed by married, and the education level varied. We had a large amount of persons with undergraduate and graduate degrees responding, and vocational training. Now, in terms of employment status, we see that most persons, well, not most, a significant amount were employed, and the remainder were full-time employed, and the remainder were employed on different levels or unemployed. Unemployed represented 32% of the respondents. All right, in terms of employment category, we had persons who were mostly professionals. We had a large professional group, and varying different occupational categories were represented throughout the study. All right, this is really important, I think, because we found in the study that persons stated that since COVID-19 started, 57.2% of them had experienced a change to their job status. Many of them had lost their jobs, they had had salary cuts, they had been placed on redundancy, or had gotten fewer contracts than they did before. We see there that 39.9% had lost their jobs. Okay, in terms of knowledge of COVID-19, we saw that the vast majority of those who responded were very well aware of COVID-19. So the Ministry of Health is doing an excellent job in helping persons to be aware of how COVID is transmitted, how infectious it is, and providing information to them. As you see, the lowest score there is 92% had heard a great deal about COVID-19. So that's a job well done. Now, as it relates to depressive symptoms and anxiety symptoms, and this now speaks to significant levels according to the scoring system. And we see where 54.7% of the respondents had significant depressive symptoms. That's more than 1 in 2, that's 1 out of 2 persons. Well, it is slightly more than 1 out of 2 persons that had depressive symptoms. And anxiety symptoms was at 49.2%, which is almost 1 in 2, which is very significant. In terms of chi-square analysis, which was done on the categorical data, we see where it ran parallels for both depressive and anxiety symptoms, where age groups, marital status, education level, employment status, and changes in employment, those repeatedly stood out as the primary areas linked to depression and anxiety symptoms among the population. We see where, particularly for marital status, go back please, marital status, there was an even greater significance for anxiety symptoms than depressive symptoms among the population. Next. Okay, so this chart is just a quick snapshot, visual snapshot of what our binary logistic regression found. I'm going to talk about it some more, but just for you to quickly see, as it relates to depressive symptoms based on our regression model, what stood out as the top 3 areas of concern for depressive symptoms was education level, age, and employment status. That being said, it means persons who had significant depression tended to be younger, tended to be unemployed, and tended to have lower levels of education. For anxiety symptoms, we see where age, younger age, and education, lower education level were more significantly associated there and predictive. Okay, for this table, let's flesh it out a little bit more quickly. So as it relates to the age groups, the reference group for the age groups was persons 61 and over. So compared to persons 61 and over, those persons who fell in the age group 18 to 25 years were 11.9 times more likely to have depressive symptoms. Do you see how massive that is? Those in the 26 to 30 years old age group were 3 times more likely. So as you see, the younger age groups stood out strikingly at being at greater risk at this time. Also for anxiety symptoms, we see it's 4.5 times more likely for 18 to 25 years and 2.5 times more likely for 26 to 30 years. Very important point. Again, as it relates to employment, those who were unemployed were more likely to have depressive symptoms. For education level, those with secondary schooling or lower were 3.5 times more likely to have depressive symptoms and 2.1 times more likely to have anxiety symptoms. So we see these things are standing out clearly as major areas for us to pay attention to. Now, interestingly, when asked at the end of the survey if persons think they needed additional support to cope during COVID, a whopping 67.4% of people felt like they need some help to cope with what's happening at this time. So what have we figured out from the data that we've collected? Clearly, there's a high prevalence of depressive and anxiety symptoms at this time. This is not unusual. Studies that have been conducted throughout the world, especially in China and India and other places that are having high rates of COVID-19, have shown an increase of over 50% of the population having anxiety and depressive symptoms. There is a persistent comorbidity of depressive and anxiety symptoms. Again, this is consistent with a pandemic and with what international studies are showing. Again, women and younger age is in keeping with what we're seeing globally. However, in contrast, whether persons lived in urban or rural areas did not matter, and marital status didn't show up in the multivariate analysis as being a predictor, according to the model of anxiety and depressive symptoms. So we also saw where employment and changes to employment were persistently significant concern for anxiety and depressive symptoms among persons. So unemployment has been listed as a significant risk factor for developing mental disorders. So that is a big issue to focusing on as well. All right, so how do we address this? So the good thing is that the Ministry of Health and Wellness has done a lot of work, I think, sensitizing the population and especially the elderly about what to do to stay safe and to protect themselves. But as we're seeing from the findings of this study, the young people really need some help. So it's about how can we now develop targeted mental health programs toward young adults. Obviously, they're utilizing the social media platforms, and online resources can be made available for persons who are in need of these support at this time. We saw where lower educational levels are also a big concern. Our suggestion is to look at community-based mental health outreach, whether through the health services within the different parishes or through partnerships with faith-based organizations and other civil society groups. Employment, that one is a serious one. We see where there have been efforts by the government through the CARE program to assist persons, but we still have to think of alternative strategies to help persons who have lost their job, to ease that burden, to help ease these mental health concerns. Okay, so in quickly looking at the strengths and limitations of this research that we did a rapid online survey, which was excellent, I think, in terms of allowing us a quick turnover time with the results, and time-sensitive, social distancing. All these things were a benefit from that type of survey approach. we were able to collect information on a wide range of issues, and this is one of the first studies now out that actually focused on anxiety and depression. Of course, the biggest limitation of our study was that we had an overrepresentation of females, so we really weren't properly able to assess the gender dynamic. And so in moving forward, we have to find a way to get the men involved to see how they are doing and include them in what's happening. We also know this is a rapid study, so again, that also has its limitations because it's a snapshot. And so we don't know how, generalizable it is beyond the moments that we got that data. Okay, and of course, the challenges of using an online survey, which comes with its own selection bias. You have to be on Facebook. Not everybody is on Facebook. So we recognize those limitations. All right, so just giving you an idea of the references, and I would like to say thank you so much for your time in listening to this presentation and for allowing us to share what we found. Thank you.
Mrs. Whitehorn-Smith, that was a really excellent presentation, very excellent subject matter that we have looked into, emphasizing a critical point that we have identified, certainly from the national level. You would have heard our executive team members from the level of our minister highlight the importance of mental health consideration, the stress on the point of livelihoods, and more importantly, our younger population that is being adversely affected. And it just underpins the point and the whole purpose of the research that the Ministry of Health National Epidemiology Unit stages every year to gather information on the local population that can be translated into policy and procedures that will augment overall the health status of the population. So I must commend you on the team, your research team as well, and for looking at the area. And again, just to bring back to the point of what we need to, what the purpose of this conference is, to provide scientific data that we can act on. I'm gonna move straight into the next presentation. Just to remind our participants that it is a blended approach, in person and virtual, and so our IT team has set up a really good structure to allow for your questions and comments to come in real time. So use the chat feature on the platform to type through your questions and comments. Our team members at Control here are gathering the information, and our presenter will be able to respond both online and in person as is necessary, so we can make up on time. So just to remind participants, use the online feature to provide your questions and comments. So we're going to move on to our next presentation, which is coming to us virtually from Miss Marisa Stubbs. Miss Marisa Stubbs currently holds MSc in Clinical Psychology from the University of the West Indies. She is employed as an associate clinical psychologist at a private practice and as a researcher at the Caribbean Institute for Health Research at Mona campus of the University of the West Indies. Her research interests include well-being across the lifespan, the interplays between mental health and physical health, and how psychopathology impacts how we use the internet. Ms. Stubbs is currently working as a researcher on the Jamaica arm of a multi-country dementia care improvement study called Strengthening Responses to Dementia in Developing Countries, acronym STRIDE. This project is coordinated by the London School of Economics, with research being conducted in 7 developing countries to understand and inform national and individual practice and policy for people living with dementia and their carers. So she is going to bring to us virtually the experiences of caregivers of persons living with dementia in Jamaica during the COVID-19 outbreak. Please help me welcome Ms. Marisa Stubbs.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction. So today I'm going to be discussing the experiences of caregivers of persons living with dementia in Jamaica during COVID-19. I'm a researcher on the Strive Jamaica team, and I'm representing the rest of my teammates today. And this includes Rochelle Amore, Janelle Robinson, Nicholas Elias, Sarah Drew, Emily Freeman, and Ishta Gabaya. So today I'll provide some information just briefly about the STRIVE project and also get into the background, methods, findings, and conclusions that we found from our study. So as mentioned in my bio, the STRIVE Dementia Project is taking place in 7 developing countries, and this includes Brazil, India, Indonesia, Jamaica, Kenya, Mexico, and South Africa. And the whole aim is just to improve dementia care support in these countries. And Jamaica is actually the only Caribbean country involved. And so we're very proud and excited to be able to not only build research capacity, but also continue building on the research to improve care for the persons living with dementia and their carers. So to give you a background about the study, we know that the pandemic came about, the first case came in March, and it represents a potential crisis for persons caring for people living with dementia, just because we know that older persons are more at risk for the more fatal effects of the virus. So when we recognize that this pandemic and the ordinances, the curfews, the restrictions with social gatherings, these aspects to mitigate the spread of the virus, we recognize that it would affect the way that carers provide their care, because it'll impact on their ability to engage with their social networks who probably aided in providing care, and also it'll affect the availability of certain services that they needed to access in a part of their care routine. And so we recognize that we needed to understand their experiences, because this is going to guide and highlight what type of resources are needed for these persons. So moving on to the methodology, we had about 27 participants, and this included 23 females and 14 males. Because the participants were persons who we had previously engaged with as carers in the Kingston and St. Andrew area, most of their experiences represented what it was like for them during the pandemic living in Kingston and St. Andrew. And so our data collection was virtual, and it occurred via the telephone. And this was either through telephone calls or WhatsApp calls. And this was all based on the preference of the participant, whatever they felt the most comfortable with. So for the telephone data collection, we, as a team, we developed a script just to make sure that there was a standardized way that we engage with participants. We covered all of the necessary information and gained the necessary consent that was required for this study. And so this script spoke about an update with our project, because at the moment we had to pause field work when the first case was announced. And so we gave them an update on the study, and then we also asked them if they would feel comfortable sharing their experience with us. And we told them the purpose of collecting this data. We also discussed with them any support needs that they may have. So while we are a research project, we only have the capacity to provide support to community resources through providing awareness to these resources. And so as we spoke with participants, and they indicated that they required maybe grocery delivery or medication pickup, and we were aware of services that could support this, we shared that information with them. However, if it was something that was outside of our capacity, we made it very clear, like, you know, we won't be able to support you in this way. The information from the telephone data collection, it was documented, and then it was analyzed using the thematic analysis. And we pulled out the major themes that were consistent as we discussed their experiences. So the findings and the results. One of the major findings that came out with the participants was the challenges around mobility during lockdown. So we know that there was a specific stay-at-home order for persons who were 70 and older. And for most of our participants, this is the age group that the person that they're caring for fell in. And so this meant that for the most part, persons were homebound. They didn't really have the opportunity to be able to go out anymore. And this presented a challenge for carers. So while some persons were able to try to move their loved ones maybe outside to get fresh air or take them on drives, for persons who were caring for persons who might have been immobile, it was challenging trying to move them on their own. And also for persons who didn't have personal vehicles, it was difficult for them to take them on drives because they relied on public transportation. And also for those who use public transportation, they expressed fear and concern surrounding using the bus systems and taxis out of fear that they would bring the virus back home to their loved ones. In addition, due to the stay-at-home order that occurred, it was very challenging for some persons to transport their loved ones to medical support services. And as a result, some participants discussed having to pull on like services like ambulances to be able to transport their loved ones because they didn't have the personal vehicle available and they didn't want to use public transportation. So this represents an additional expense to be able to basically support the transport needs for their loved ones at that time. Accessing support services was also a challenge, and this was seen especially with medical support services. So participants expressed concerns about medication availability. At the start of the pandemic, there was a concern about just shipments and things being in stock locally. And for this participant, she was concerned that the medication that she uses to care for her loved one would not be available. However, she did express over time that as she spoke with her pharmacist, she was able to source a local option. Home doctor visits were also negatively impacted because you know that doctors, they're now on the front lines and they have less available time, and so participants discuss challenges having home doctor visits, which is actually crucial for the participants who are immobile and are unable to move. So this is what also led to the need for them to look for additional transport options because they weren't able to rely on the usual home visit practice that aided their care routines that they had already established. Other participants spoke about canceled doctor's appointments and how this impacted on further complications months after they missed the appointment, because persons are also managing other chronic diseases in addition to having dementia. There was also a reported difficulty in just accessing medical care for older persons at both health centers and hospitals. And this came about particularly when we had that first lockdown and older persons were not able to go out at all, because initially the ordinance was that they weren't really able to go out for like once a day to go to the grocery store, etc., even though that has been, they've been allocated that one moment now to be able to run those errands. And so at that time when that restriction was in place, participants discussed challenges getting the authorization to have their loved ones stay overnight at the hospital. And this was particularly challenging because the delay in accessing this medical care often results in the medical conditioning worsening. A big thing that came about with the pandemic for carers was this whole aspect of managing care, and managing care in terms of adjusting the household, adjusting the members in the household. So when you have a care system, it can involve a main carer, a paid carer, other family members, or even maybe a nurse in the home. However, given the fear around potentially infecting your loved ones, persons really had to try to figure out ways to limit contact with other family members while still providing the same quality of care that they provided. And so for some people, they discuss having to move their loved ones in certain areas of the house where there may be less traffic. And they've also discussed just completely cutting off visitors to the home. And this is visitors for not just the person living with dementia, but visitors also for the carer. And so, this had a significant impact on their levels of social connection and their ability to engage with persons. Another issue was the fact of reduced wages. So given that these persons who are caring for their loved ones are unpaid carers, they are not being paid to provide care. And so the money that's coming to support care is coming from their basically their means of employment. And we all know that with COVID, this has significantly impacted persons' jobs. It's impacted their wages. And so as a result, people have now, these persons, they've had to figure out how to adjust and still provide care to persons with maybe less wages or not having a job at all, which is very challenging, especially given some of the extra additional expenses that they've had to take on, given some of the restrictions, the COVID-19 restrictions. Other participants also highlighted just the difficulty in sourcing care. So even though that there is a pandemic, life still goes on, and sometimes their loved ones have complications, they have challenges, they might not be getting along with the person that they originally hired. And because of all the restrictions with social gatherings and just this concern about knowing whether someone is infected before bringing them into your home, just out of concern for your loved one's safety, it's led to challenges and difficulties in sourcing persons who can assist. And for some participants, having someone there is crucial because, for example, if you're caring for someone who's immobile, but they may be bigger in stature for you, it's very hard to move them on your own. And if you don't have support or family involved in the care, then it's very likely that you'll need to hire someone just to help you to provide that assistance in lifting them or moving them. And so this was a major cause of concern for them. Managing loss also came up as a major theme. So while none of our participants died from COVID, they did express how COVID had made the losses they experienced more difficult. So we did have some participants who lost their loved ones, and they spoke about the experience of not being able to be with them as much as they may have wanted, for those who may have utilized nursing homes. Other person spoke about just the challenges with funerals. So there's restrictions on how much people can be at a funeral. And also, a lot of people have family members who live abroad, and it's just been very challenging trying to figure out, well, should we wait until they come back? Should we go ahead and do it now? And this caused just a lot of emotional distress for participants. And then even in terms of the person living with dementia, these persons are unable to attend the funeral. So even though they might have lost someone who's close to them, but because of the restrictions, there's some concern around their ability to attend the usual practices, cultural practices that we have around grieving. And so you can see that there's been a lot of social and emotional costs that came with just navigating COVID-19 for carers and persons living with dementia. So the pandemic has highlighted both strengths and gaps in the care system. So we can see that some of the participants have tried to make the necessary adjustments to really just provide the care needed and support their loved ones through this crisis that, disproportionately affects them and affects that age group. However, there are gaps that exist because persons had to struggle with loss of jobs, not being able to see their loved ones, or maybe not being able to access the support they need in providing care. They've also disclosed, challenges with transportation and how this has impacted their ability to even source care if they if they knew where to go and access the resources. And I just want to highlight, you know, there has been a lot of community resources that were made available to older persons during the pandemic, because I think it's recognized, you know, that there needs to be the support in terms of the groceries, in terms of the prescription deliveries, things of that nature, just to support persons who may not be able to be come outside as often or do their own shopping. However, is this sustainable in the long run? Unpaid carers of persons living with dementia have been shouldering costs from before COVID in terms of providing adequate care for their loved ones. And now with COVID, it just exasperates already strained setup that they had. And so these resources, while they're excellent, we really have to turn the conversation to something that's more sustainable. What are we doing to provide support for unpaid carers of persons living with dementia and for the long term, for COVID and beyond? So I want to send a thank you from the Stride Jamaica team, and feel free to drop any questions in the chat.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs. I think we have gone into another dimension of a critical area in our routine life, our vulnerable population, generally speaking, our elderly population who are at home and having challenges in just basically staying at home in the context of COVID-19 and the response. So thank you very much, Ms. Stubbs, for highlighting an important area that we need the system as a whole to look into to provide for a particularly vulnerable group within our population. I believe it is that the participants are still able to provide questions and comments in the chat, and Ms. Stubbs will respond as best as possible to some of those comments, but we're going to take a few minutes for some questions or comments that may not have been adequately responded to in the chat certainly from Mrs. Whitehorn-Smith first, and if there's any other, Ms. Stubbs will come in and respond, provide a verbal response over the sound system that we have. So, Control, I don't know if there are any particular questions that may not have been addressed in the chat that you'd want to vocalize for us now, and then Mrs. Whitehorn-Smith and or Ms. Stubbs will respond.
All right, so to Ms. Stubbs, we just want to know if the nursing home participants were included in your studies.
Oh, she's going to have to come up, or we have a roving mic?
Ms. Stubbs.
Ms. Stubbs, okay.
So we did have participants who had loved ones in the nursing home. However, they weren't involved in some of the, you know, we've seen in the news some of the challenges with the nursing homes and how some persons have contacted COVID-19 in the nursing homes. However, none of our participants were those persons. So they've had their loved ones in the nursing homes. However, for the most part, they're fine. They report that they're doing well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Stubbs. That will be all for the questions for now. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Whitehorn-Smith, I think, has to respond to one of the questions. All right.
Okay. I just wanted to respond to a particular question I didn't get to adequately talk about in the chat. And that was someone asking about the link between religion or Christianity and depressive and anxiety symptoms. Normally, when we're doing the statistical analysis, if something doesn't come up as significant, we don't normally do further analysis into breaking down the different religious sects and what would have been significant or important there. So when we did the analysis, religion didn't come up at all as an area where there were any notable differences between religious sects and depressive and anxiety symptoms, which means it was across the board. And the same went for area of residence, whether urban or rural. As it relates to marital status, someone asked about if there was I didn't speak to marital status in the table related to the multivariate analysis. So on its own, marital status as it relates to depressive symptoms and anxiety symptoms did come up as a association there, where persons who were single were more prone to having depressive and anxiety symptoms than persons who were married. However, when you do multivariate analysis, you use a model, and when it was put into that model, along with the factors of age and education and employment, it wasn't strong enough of a factor in relation to those other factors. So it took dominance. Those factors took dominance over the marriage. So that was why it didn't show up in that particular one. Okay? Thank you.
Very good. Control, do we have any more that we need to respond to? Okay, great. I think we have done, we have a question in the room. Just 1 minute.
You could just ask that. The other countries who are involved in strife, the other countries
Just a minute, just turn on the mic because I think they need to record it.
All right. The other countries involved in strife, this is for Ms. Stubbs. Did they collect data that you could compare with Jamaica? Do they have similar scenario with their with the caregiver experience? And how many homes did they kind of assess as it relates to those who had dementia and the caregiver's experience? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Stubbs, did you get the question?
Okay, so just a point of clarification, our study actually focuses on the experiences of unpaid caregivers of persons living with dementia and not specifically on nursing homes. So while we do consider persons who utilize homes to enhance care, unpaid caregiver, we are not focusing specifically on persons living with dementia who are cared for persons in the nursing home. So I just wanted to make that clear. So we engage with unpaid carers in this country, in Jamaica, and also in the other 7 countries. And so, yes, the other countries, we are all collecting similar data in terms of the research consists of 10 smaller work packages just aimed at exploring the realities of dementia care support in the 7 countries. And the countries have also begun, who engage with unpaid carers, those same countries have begun to follow in similar suits and contact persons just to get an understanding of what their experiences have been thus far with COVID. And so while there is certain nuances, culturally, in the different countries, you do see some similarities in terms, like just surrounding access to support services in those different countries.
I think just to summarize a bit, in the question really asked, have we been able to collect similar data for the other countries in the study? And the answer to that question is yes. And you will be able to analyze that information and present that data in a subsequent forum. So the answer, I trust your question was answered. Yes. And I think we are going to be able to close the question and answer segment. Just now, we have covered a very, very important area. We have closed off the 3rd segment on mental health focus on the COVID-19 and adjusting to the new norm, of which mental health is a critical area. We have focused, gathered information that both extremes of our population, the younger population being affected by the depressive and anxiety symptoms, so which we need to provide some kind of support, and our elderly population, certainly with a variety of other conditions, but we have looked today at those affected by dementia, and the care system for them and recognize that there is a challenge. So whilst we have highlighted strengths in the system, there are weaknesses, and in keeping with the objective of the conference, we've been able to identify areas where support can be provided to enhance, generally speaking, the well-being of our population affected by COVID-19. So we have made up in time, good time, I believe. We're running about 15 minutes now, so we have made up on some time. So I'm going to close off this segment, the third scientific session, and hand over to directly our next session just now, which is going to focus on sickle cell disease, and invite Professor Jennifer Knight-Madden to take the floor to moderate the next section, who I believe is joining us virtually.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for staying for this next session, this next scientific session. Welcome to our participants, welcome to the viewers, both on Zoom as well as on the other forms of social media, such as Facebook and YouTube. And as we go through our session, I'd ask that you put your questions in the question and answer window in all those fora so that we can take the questions as we have time. Now, this is an exciting conference. We're hearing so many good projects, and in this session, we will hear the first 2 of 5 oral presentations by junior researchers at CARE Sickle Cell Unit. And these 2 will present data, some of the data from a larger study on pain, which you know is integral to sickle cell disease, and in particular, neuropathic pain. So the first speaker that we have is Dr. Ramsey, Dr. Zachary Ramsey. Dr. Ramsey he's a medical doctor and a research fellow at the Sickle Cell Unit. He graduated from UWI with his MBBS and worked at the Bustamante Hospital for Children before coming to join us here in 2017. At the unit, he has worked as an investigator on several projects, including clinical trials, examining subjects such as neuropathic pain, health expenses, hydroxyurea to prevent stroke, and a new drug, voxelotor, which has since been licensed. He is also currently a candidate for the MSc EPI at UE, having completed his coursework and submitted his project on time. Dr. Ramsey, please join us and speak to us on your topic, exploring acute, chronic, and neuropathic pain among Jamaicans with sickle cell disease.
Hi, morning. So I'm Zachary Ramsey, and I'm here to present to you today about, as Prof said, a study on pain in sickle cell disease. Now, pain is the hallmark disease complication, and it can present in different ways. So we know that in sickle cell, there's a genetic mutation that results in red blood cells becoming sickle-shaped when they get under cell stress, and that results in blood vessels becoming blocked. This is known as a vasoocclusion or vasoocclusive crisis, and those result in acute pain. Now, over time, when these happen recurrently and frequently, it can result in some of these inflammatory mediators persisting at the peripheral nerves, and it results in increased excitability at the peripheral nerves. Over time, that can result in changes in the central nervous system and the peripheral nerves and the skin that cause sickle cell patients to become more sensitive to pain. So they get sensitized, and that is known as neuropathic pain. Now, if you're more sensitized to pain, in addition to the contribution of these recurrent vasoocclusive crises, then you're more likely to develop persistent pain, which we consider as chronic pain. So we can see, sorry to go back, but we can see that the process of developing chronic pain in sickle cell disease is a vicious forward feed cycle. Now, acute pain, or these vasoocclusive crises, they are associated with significant morbidity. So we know that about 90% of sickle cell disease related admissions are due to them. And they're also frequent and severe. A large study found that as much as 16.2% of days were associated with crisis. Now, the International Association for the Study of Pain defines chronic pain as pain lasting 3 or more months, and 44% of sickle cell disease subjects were found to have chronic pain of at least mild intensity in a very large study. So we see that chronic pain pertains more to the pattern of pain. The ISP, on the other hand, defines neuropathic pain as pain caused by a lesion or disease of the somatosensory system. And so we can see that neuropathic pain is more related to the etiology of pain, so the thing that's causing it. Now, it is estimated to occur in between 25 to 40% of subjects with sickle cell disease in a recent review. And it has been found to be significantly associated with worse quality of life in a number of domains. Now, we understand that sickle cell pain is not just this acute nociceptive crisis that we're used to, but that it may also be neuropathic and chronic. And if we fail to identify these and treat them, we may be under-treating pain because the approach to treating these is different. In a recent study, Brandau found that as many as 40% of sickle cell disease subjects had neuropathic pain, but only 5% were on a drug that was specific for treating it. So we set out to do this study to describe acute pain in terms of its frequency and severity, to estimate the prevalence of chronic and neuropathic pain, to determine the factors that are associated with each pain type, and to characterize the different methods of pain control. So we did a cross-sectional study at the sickle cell unit, and as Prof mentioned, the findings that I'm presenting here are part of a larger study with other instruments. The study took place between July 2019 and March 2020, and we consecutively recruited subjects who were 14 years and older, who were not having a crisis at the time of the study. We also excluded persons who were pregnant or who had a history of clinical stroke, particularly because it would have affected one of the other instruments that were used, but I'm not going to speak to that one today. So we performed a study questionnaire ascertaining social and demographic factors. We also did hematology studies. The Ask Me questionnaire, which is a quality of life questionnaire validated for use in sickle cell disease, was used for a number of things. First of all, we defined acute pain based on the pain episode module. We looked on an overall score or a composite score that was used in our hypothesis testing, and we also calculated a frequency score and a severity score to compare it to the reference population. The sickle cell disease medical history checklist was done to assess sickle cell complications, and the pain impact module was done to assess how pain affects quality of life and daily activities. Now, the pain detect is validated to diagnose neuropathic pain in persons with lower back pain, and it has the advantage that it allows us to look on pain patterns so that we can assess chronic pain. Now, neuropathic pain was defined as anybody who had a score of more than 13, as defined by the authors, and we also defined persons as having chronic pain if they had any one of the persistent pain patterns. So we can see that 1, 2, and 4 are the persistent pain patterns. So either persistent pain with slight fluctuations, persistent pain with pain attacks, or pain attacks with pain between them. And then number 3 is the non-persistent pain pattern, that is just pain attacks without pain between them. So we categorized some variables, including age, body mass index. Genotypes were categorized as severe if the persons had SS, homozygous SS disease, or S-beta thalassemia not, and mild if they were SC or S-beta thalassemia plus. We assessed persons as using strong opioids if they used morphine, meperidine, or tramadol in the last 4 weeks. We performed all our analysis in Stata 14.2, and our bivariate analyses included Pearson's chi-squared, Wilcoxon rank sum, and Kruskal-Wallis tests. And for our multivariate analyses, we performed logistic regression analyses to assess the adjusted odds for neuropathic pain and chronic pain, and also on an ANOVA model to look on the adjusted associations with the acute composite scores for acute pain. So we recruited 257 subjects, 55.6% were female, with a mean age of 31.7, ranging from 14 to 67. 80.5% of persons were homozygous SS disease. My apologies, 80.5% of persons were of a severe type of genotype, 9% used hydroxyurea, and 66.9% were from an urban type community. The age categories were distributed as shown. 28.8% of persons reported secondary school as their highest level of schooling, and the 54.7% of persons were employed. Now, body mass index, 55.7% of persons were of a normal body mass index, although we had some persons calculated as being overweight and obese. And the disease complications were as shown: current leg ulcers 13.6%, the spleen being damaged or removed 12.8%, the shoulder or hip being damaged 11.3%. Persons who took strong opioids in the last 4 weeks was 13.2%, and those who are taking pain medication every day was 8.6%. This is showing us the laboratory studies that we did. And as we can see, the median hemoglobin was 8.4, and the median reticulocyte count was 8.8. Now, the acute pain scores, the composite frequency and severity score that I mentioned before, their means all fell above the mid-range of possible scores. 92.6% of persons had a pain attack in their lifetime, including 72.4% that had it in the last year. Of those who had an attack in the last year, 23.7% reported having 4 or more, and 54.9% of persons were unable to carry out normal daily activities during their last crisis. So this is showing us the duration of pain at the last crisis. We can see that many persons reported 1 to 3 days. And this is showing us our intensity of pain at the last crisis. We can see that many persons reported having 10 out of 10 pain. So in terms of the pain patterns and the pain detect, we assessed 21.5% of persons as having persistent pain or chronic pain, and 17.9% of persons as having neuropathic pain. Many persons who had chronic pain also had neuropathic pain, so there was some overlap. So when we did not adjust for other factors, chronic pain was associated with females, higher body mass index categories, mild genotype, strong opioid use, and taking pain medication every day. It was also associated with higher hemoglobin and lower reticulocyte count when not adjusted. And in terms of neuropathic pain, when not adjusted, it was associated with females also, current leg ulcers, and strong opioid use. Acute pain, when not adjusted, had higher scores for the middle age group, strong opioids, persons who had their shoulders or hip damaged, persons who took pain medication every day, and we actually found lower scores in persons who had their spleen damaged or removed. So that was a lot to take in, but let's focus on the multivariate analysis. So when we adjusted for other factors in our logistic regression, we found that the adjusted odds for chronic pain were higher in persons who were in older age groups, mild genotypes, and those who took pain medication every day. For neuropathic pain, the adjusted odds in our logistic regression were higher for persons who were female, had current leg ulcers, and who used strong opioids. For in an ANOVA model, when we adjusted for other factors, there were higher scores in persons who used strong opioids, persons who had shoulder or hip damage, and lower scores in persons who had their spleen damaged or removed. So just allowing you to summarize so that we can review, because I know that was a lot to show you at once, but the multivariate analysis for chronic pain, neuropathic pain, and acute pain scores. So we also looked at pharmacological management, and we found that 40% of persons used at least one strong opioid in the last 4 weeks, and 4 persons used neuropathic pain drugs, specifically gabapentin and amitriptyline. We saw that almost half of the sample reported using distraction, so distracting themselves with another activity to manage their pain, and it was more than 75% effective. Other methods were each less than 15% reported, but most of them were more than 50% reported as effective. So We found that acute pain was severe and frequent, but we did find that it was less so than the US reference population for the Ask Me questionnaire. There are a couple of things that could account for this. So higher temperatures have been associated with less pain. And since we have higher temperatures, that may be a reason that may account for that. There are certain genetic differences. So for example, polymorphisms in the beta-2 adrenergic receptor that have shown different pain outcomes in terms of acute pain, and that could be different between the two populations. We found that chronic pain and neuropathic pain are common, but we did find that it was less prevalent than in other studies in the literature. Some things that could account for that, first of all, it is possible that Pain Detect may underestimate neuropathic pain. In a recent study that was done, they compared it to other questionnaires that are used for assessing neuropathic pain, and they found that it actually had low estimates. Acute pain, we already discussed, may lead to neuropathic pain, and we have less of that, so that may be one reason. And as I'll discuss later, opioids may lead to neuropathic pain, and we use less opioids, so that could be another reason as well. In terms of chronic pain, we're actually measuring chronic pain differently than other studies do. So it is very difficult to make those comparisons. Now, older age was associated with chronic pain, but not neuropathic pain. And it is possible that these sensitization changes that I spoke about earlier start early in sickle cell disease, and that may explain why neuropathic pain is equal across the different age groups. But chronic complications may be contributing to chronic pain at older age groups, and that's why we see that association. And it is a consistent finding in the literature. So Santos in a recent study found that chronic pain increased from 10% to 40.9% as subjects got older. So females were found to have higher odds of neuropathic pain, and it is possible that there may be a hormonal influence and genetics that may be playing a role, because both menses and polymorphisms have been associated with different pain outcomes in women. Leg ulcers were associated with higher odds of neuropathic pain, and they do create the perfect environment in terms of tissue trauma and inflammatory mediators that set the setting for some of those sensitization changes to occur. And it is a consistent finding in patients without sickle cell disease that neuropathic pain is associated with leg ulcers. This is actually the first finding that we're seeing of the literature of it occurring in sickle cell disease, of that association occurring in sickle cell disease. Now, when the spleen was damaged or removed, acute pain frequency and severity was reduced. And since the spleen is a source of painful infarctions, when it is removed, it is possible that pain may resolve, but we would need more studies to confirm that. Now, we did find significant opioid use, but less so than in US studies. Opioid therapy, chronic opioid therapy has been found to cause pain, fatigue, depression, and some of those sensitization changes that I spoke about before in persons with sickle cell disease. So seeing as though opioid therapy may actually lead to neuropathic pain, we do need to consider reducing the amount that we're using in the clinic. So to conclude, chronic and neuropathic pain were found to be common, and we think that we need to screen more patients for it when we're in routine clinical practice. Opioid use was also very common, while the alternatives were not, and so we need to consider ways to reduce that. Some ways we can do that: we can utilize more targeted therapies like gabapentin for neuropathic pain, and we can also consider using more of those non-pharmacological methods like physiotherapy and massage that were considered to be effective. And we do think that we need more studies to assess some of these sex and genotype differences that we observed. Thank you. Just want to thank the sponsors and my co-authors and all the staff and patients of the Sickle Cell Unit.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramsey. That was a very interesting presentation. And I think all of us who care for people with sickle cell disease are now rethinking those episodes. We've seen them come in with pain and wondered if perhaps we should have paid more attention to chronic pain or to neuropathic pain. Thank you very much for that. I ask that all the participants on the line continue to put their questions into the question and answer or into the chat, and the speakers will address them as we go along. And if we have time at the end, they'll also take questions orally. We're now going to move on to the second talk in this session, which is by Ms. Rachel Bartlett. Now, Ms. Bartlett is a registered nurse, and she obtained her Bachelor of Science in Nursing from the University of West Indies just the other day in 2017, and she's currently employed here at the unit. Over the last year, she coordinated a study that examined the prevalence of neuropathic pain in our population and its features and its impact. However, due to her interest and hard work, she grew from coordinating the technical aspects of the study to contributing significantly to the intellectual aspects of the study, and has learned additional research skills by being integral to the analysis and reporting of the work. She has a keen interest in clinical research and hopes to pursue further training in epidemiology. She speaks to us today about women at risk, health-related quality of life, disease severity, and neuropathic pain in sickle cell disease in Jamaica. Ms. Bartlett?
Thank you very much, Professor. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning again. My name is Rachel, as you heard, and today I'll be presenting on the theme, Women at Risk, Health-Related Quality of Life, Disease Severity, and Neuropathic Pain in Sickle Cell Disease. Sickle cell disease is the result of the inheritance of the sickle cell gene and involves the polymerization of the hemoglobin and distortion of the red blood cell when it is deoxygenated. This results in occlusion of the small blood vessels, leading to ischemia, inflammation, debilitating pain, and damage to multiple organ systems. Sickle cell disease is the commonest inherited blood disorder worldwide, with 10% of the population in Jamaica carrying the sickle gene, and 1 in 150 babies are born with sickle cell disease. Previously, sickle cell disease was a cause of high childhood mortality. However, with the introduction of newborn screening, penicillin and vaccine prophylaxis, and education, in some places, childhood mortality has been significantly reduced. Consequently, patients with sickle cell disease are living longer. With older age, chronic manifestations of the disease are emerging with significant impacts on health-related quality of life. Among all the consequences of sickle cell disease, pain is the commonest complication reported. In fact, Dampier et al. In 2011 found that pain impacted health-related quality of life more than any other complication of the disease. And this was mirrored in Jamaica, where frequent painful crises was shown to negatively impact health-related quality of life and was associated with higher levels of depression. To compound the problem, emerging evidence suggests that chronic pain and neuropathic pain contribute to the overall pain burden in sickle cell disease, and likely this impacts health-related quality of life. The prevalence of neuropathic pain is estimated to be as high as 25 to 40%. Health-related quality of life in patients with sickle cell disease is very seriously compromised and has been found to be worse when compared to patients with other serious chronic illnesses like asthma, cystic fibrosis, and those on hemodialysis. And this happened even when the patient with sickle cell disease was of a younger age. For all these reasons, sickle cell disease remains a public health concern. And because gaps exist in the understanding of its impact on health-related quality of life in adults living with sickle cell disease, especially with the emergence of neuropathic pain, we aim to assess the health-related quality of life of adolescents and adult Jamaicans with sickle cell disease and identify its associations with socio-demographic and clinical factors, especially neuropathic pain. Onto the methods. This report arises from a larger cross-sectional study that examined the prevalence and correlates of neuropathic pain in Jamaicans with sickle cell disease. By consecutive sampling, well patients ages 14 years and older who attended the sickle cell unit between July 2019 and March 2020 were recruited. Those with acute illness, current pregnancy, and a history of clinical stroke were excluded from the study because of the impact those characteristics were felt to have on testing, which is beyond the scope of this presentation. A sample size of 254 was calculated based on the 25% estimated prevalence of neuropathic pain. Neuropathic pain was assessed using a 10-item screening tool called the Delore Neuropathy 4 or DN4. It contains 7 items that capture patient-reported experiences and 3 items that capture clinical investigations of hypoesthesia and allodynia. The health-related quality of life was measured using a patient-reported outcome measurement tool called AskMe. And AskMe evaluates the physical, mental, and social health of adults with sickle cell disease across 5 impact domains using a Likert scale. And it contains scores for a referent population of 556 adults with sickle cell disease. So higher scores on the impact domains indicate improved functioning in that domain. The disease severity scores were calculated using the AskMe medical history checklist. On that checklist, higher scores imply worse disease severity. And a combined pain score was calculated using the AskMe pain episode, frequency, and severity scores. And again, higher scores implied worse outcomes. Stata 14.2 was used for statistical analysis of means, frequencies, t-tests, ANOVA, and linear regressions. These are our results. There were 257 respondents, of which 56% were female, and the average age of respondents was approximately 32 years. 64% of them were never married, and 54.7% were employed. When you look at this pie chart, we've displayed the genotypes, and we can say that HBSS accounts for the greater majority of the participants, followed by HBSC. When we come over to the bar chart, we see commonly known complications of the disease like leg ulcers, kidney damage. It still present in the population with significant prevalences, but we also see the emergence of neuropathic pain, overweight and obesity at high prevalences in the population. The AskMe scores in the current study were greater than the AskMe scores of the referent population, and they were significantly better than a UK population as well in all impact domains. Among socio-demographic characteristics, women have worse AskMe scores than men in all domains, and significantly so in sleep, emotional, and stiffness impact. Similarly, the AskMe scores for the age group 25 to 39 were worse in all domains, and significantly worse outcomes were observed on emotional and stiffness impact. However, those in stable, intimate partnerships had better functioning, especially in the social function domain. On bivariate analysis, those who had neuropathic pain had worse outcomes in all except sleep. Current leg ulcers and AVN also negatively impacted health-related quality of life in a number of domains, and obesity was significantly associated with worse stiffness impact. The variables that were significant on bivariate analyses were plugged into multiple regression models, and these were our findings. Those with worse pain scores and disease severity had worse function in all domains. And significantly accounting for worse outcomes on social function was having genotype HBSC, looking for employment, and the presence of neuropathic pain. Also, women with leg ulcers were seen to have worse outcomes in this domain. Conversely, stable intimate relationships were associated with improved social functioning. Worse outcomes on emotional impact was seen in those of age group 25 to 39 and those looking for employment and having neuropathic pain. Females, those who were obese and those who had neuropathic pain had worse scores on the stiffness domain than their counterparts. Interestingly, HBSC and those looking for employment had worse pain impact. We also found that though sex was not a significant predictor of worse pain impact, women who were looking for employment did have worse functioning. Females who were obese and those who had neuropathic pain had worse stiffness. Onto the discussion. ASME scores in our population were higher than the UK and the referent populations, which suggests better functioning in our sample. A partial explanation for this is that our study population was younger and had a larger proportion of males. The prevalence of neuropathic pain is high and has significant implications for health-related quality of life. This mirrors results from the only other study looking at the impact of neuropathic pain on health-related quality of life in sickle cell disease. And coming out of Brazil, where neuropathic pain was associated with impaired functioning on all quality of life domains. In general, neuropathic pain has been associated with high financial cost to its management, lower work productivity, and poor quality of life. And the management of neuropathic pain differs from the management of other pain phenotypes in sickle cell disease, and is resistant to the commonly used analgesics. And of course, this has implications for clinical practice. The impact of sickle cell disease on sleep and stiffness is a relatively new area of assessment. Although patients with sickle cell disease are typically underweight, the emergence of overweight and obesity in the population is associated with poorer sleep and greater stiffness. Its association with sleep was captured by Sharma et al. In 2015, who found that levels of insomnia and sleep disordered breathing in sickle cell disease was high, and that the average BMI of patients with sleep disordered breathing was 32.6 kilograms per meter squared. Where stiffness is concerned, obesity has been shown to be a contributor to inflammation and osteonecrosis in the general population and may affect patients with sickle cell disease in a similar manner. Now, females in Jamaica are at higher risk of significantly poorer health-related quality of life and mental health, and this is an established trend in previous studies. We found that females were more likely to be overweight and obese, and this carries the weight of the implications previously discussed. And they were also more likely to report poorer functions in all domains, especially when leg ulcers and unemployment were factors. These observations may be attributable to the unique gender roles and cultural expectations of women. And while further studies are required to establish causation, these findings beg for gender-specific focus during clinical encounters and research to improve the health-related quality of life of women. In conclusion, the impact of sickle cell disease on health-related quality of life is sufficiently significant for improvements to health-related quality of life to be regarded as an essential clinical outcome. And longer life expectancy in sickle cell disease is associated with the emergence of chronic complications such as neuropathic pain and obesity. And neuropathic pain is associated with poorer health-related quality of life, especially in psychosocial domains. And there is a higher risk of poor functioning in women. And this suggests the need for routine clinical screening for neuropathic pain and obesity, and the incorporation of appropriate therapies and nutritional counseling. These findings also support gender-targeted approach in clinical care, and also demonstrate the needs for further interventions to improve the health-related quality of life of women. And also the incorporating of psychological support and social assistance into the treatment management of sickle cell disease is paramount. I would like to acknowledge my co-authors, Drs. Ramsey, Ali, Grant, Rankin Mullins, Gordon Strawn, and Professor Monica Asnani, and also special thanks to the patients and staff of the sickle cell unit who facilitated this study. These are my references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Nurse Bartlett. Another excellent presentation from the team. And I think everybody listening will join me in saying it's amazing that this young nurse has done such, participated actively in such work. This brings to the close this session. Please stay tuned for the next session, which Dr. Crawford will moderate, which also deals with sickle cell disease presentations. Just want to remind you to go onto the website, the webpage, and look at the conference booklet, look at the posters, and also to complete the conference evaluation form. Thank you so much for participating in this session. I'm going to hand over now to Dr. Croft. Oh, do we have any time for questions? Controller, I know Dr. Ramsey has been answering them in the Q&A, but do we have any other questions that we need to take now? Or for either Nurse Bartlett or for Dr. Ramsey?
Yes, there is one question for Ms. Bartlett. Did any of your findings found any association with autoimmune diseases?
Testing, we didn't test for autoimmune conditions, so we wouldn't be able to comment on any of those conditions.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to point out that many of the questions have been answered in the Q&A section, so you may go in and see the answers for the questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we heard from Dr. Ramsey how important the different kinds of pain are, and we heard from Nurse Bartlett that pain doesn't just hurt. It actually can take over and affect not just the biological part of your life, but the social and the psychological. Thank you very much to both presenters, and thank you for your attention. I hand over to Dr. Crawford.
A pleasant morning to everyone, and welcome to the 5th scientific session on sickle cell disease. And overall welcome to you to the 11th annual conference of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. This international conference this year, as you already know, bears the theme, the COVID-19 experience, adjusting to the new normal. Today, I am fortunate and feel honored to actually have on my team of panel, Drs. Nikki Chin and Dr. Zachary Ramsey. Dr. Nikki Chin is the first presenter of this segment. She is going to tell you how her study aims to examine the relationship between self-reported quality of sleep and health-related quality of life in adult patients with sickle cell diseases attending the sickle cell unit in Jamaica. Dr. Nikki Chin is a physician who obtained her Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree at the University of the West Indies, Mona, in 2010. She is presently completing her Doctor of Medicine degree in Family Medicine. Hearty congratulations to her. She has been working at the sickle cell unit of the Caribbean Institute of Health Research. Many of you know that unit to be TMRI. Since 2014, contributing to the clinical management of persons with sickle cell disease in Jamaica and with educating persons about this said disease. In partial fulfillment of her Doctor of Medicine degree, she conducted a study whereby she investigates the relationship between sleep quality and quality of life in adults with sickle cell disease in Jamaica. Her professional interests are in clinical research and patient education. She enjoys playing steel pan And ladies and gentlemen, if we knew, we would have had her entertain us today. She also enjoyed watching films and doing the DIY project. Put your hands together and welcome a very important lady, Dr. Nikki Chin.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for that introduction. So I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak today. My name is Nikki Chin, and I will be presenting on the relationship between sleep quality and quality of life in adults with sickle cell disease in Jamaica. Sorry. Okay, so this will be the outline that I will be following for my presentation today. So sleep is a necessary biological function which is important for general health, and poor sleep quality may negatively affect quality of life. Multiple factors have been shown to affect sleep quality, and poor sleep quality can negatively impact the quality of life of those with chronic illnesses, with outcomes such as poor disease control and increased complications experienced. Sickle cell disease is one such chronic illness. It is the most common genetic hemoglobinopathy affecting millions, with 300,000 born worldwide each year. Sickle cell disease complications are variable, with multiple factors influencing this variability. Severe morbidity is usually associated with poor health-related quality of life. Regarding sickle cell disease and sleep, numerous studies done in children have shown that there is increased prevalence of obstructive sleep apnea, and those affected had lower mean hemoglobin levels, increased risk of infection, and other complications. Studies done in adults have shown many had poor quality of sleep, sleep disorder breathing, and sleep apnea, and those affected had increased pain frequency and hospitalization, as well as lower health-related quality of life scores. So not many studies have been done in adults with sickle cell disease, and none have been done in Jamaica, not many sleep studies have been done in adults with sickle cell disease, and none have been done in Jamaica, where the disease affects 1 in every 150 live births. Previous studies done in Jamaican adults with sickle cell disease have shown that quality of life is reduced compared to that of the general population, with multiple factors contributing, but we did not know how sleep quality would influence it. The aims of this study were to determine the sleep quality and examine its predictors in the Jamaican adults with sickle cell disease, and to determine the relationship, if any, between sleep quality and quality of life in adults with sickle cell disease. So a cross-sectional study was done using convenient sampling at the sickle cell unit of the University of the West Indies. We included persons who were 18 years and older and who were in well state of health to participate when they presented to the clinic. We excluded those who were acutely ill and persons who had significant cognitive impairment. Using Reasoft, the sample size was calculated as 172, and we added a 10% refusal rate. Ethical approval was obtained from the Mona Campus Research Ethics Committee, and data collection was from August 2019 to January 2020. Interviewer-administered questionnaires were used, and body mass index was measured for each participant. The Pittsburgh Sleep Quality Index, or the PSQI, is a 9-item questionnaire with a global score range of 0 to 21. Those having a global score of 5 or greater are assessed as having poor sleep quality. As a screening tool, the PSQI, As a screening tool, the PSQI has a diagnostic sensitivity of 89.6% and a specificity of 86.5% for poor sleep quality. The Adult Sickle Cell Quality of Life Measurement Information System, or the ASME, is used to evaluate the physical, mental, and social well-being of adults with sickle cell disease, with those having higher scores in the impact domains having better quality of life. Of note, persons defined as having severe disease in the study were those having a medical history score greater than the mean of the study population plus 1 standard deviation. The study data was analyzed using STATA 14.0. The developers' guidelines were used to calculate the respective scores for the instruments used. Descriptive statistics was used for the sociodemographic and clinical characteristics of the study population, and bivariate and multivariate linear regression models were used. So to go through the results, of 177 adults recruited, the ages ranged from 18 to 66 with a mean age of 34.2. There were 112 females and 65 males. Secondary education was the highest achieved, and 66.1% of the study population were employed. 75.1% of the study population had HBSS genotype, and the mean BMI was 22.1 kilograms per meter square, with most participants being in the normal category. 26 persons were found to have severe disease as previously defined by using the Ask Me Medical History score. The mean global PSQI score was 7, with 66.1% having greater than or equal to 5, indicating poor sleep quality. So looking at the bivariate analysis, poor sleep quality was found in more females, in those who were employed, and in those in the overweight BMI category. Comparing sexes, 72.3% of females had poor sleep quality compared to 55.4% of males. Looking at employment status, 68.4% of those employed had poor sleep quality compared to the lowest category, which was 31.2, with those who were unemployed and looking. And for body mass index, 90% of those who were overweight and 83.3% of those who were obese were found to have poor sleep quality. Of note, the mean BMI of those with poor sleep quality was 2.33 kilograms per meter square, more than those who had good sleep quality, though both BMI means were noted to fall within the normal BMI categories. Using logistic regression, we found that being overweight and the disease severity score were significant predictors for poor sleep quality, with there being a 4-fold increase in the risk of poor sleep quality with those who were overweight, and a 40% increase with each increase in the unit of disease severity. Interestingly, being unemployed and looking seemed to lower the risk of poor sleep by 25%. For disease severity and quality of life, all components of the Ask Me showed significantly lower scores in those with severe disease than in those with non-severe disease. Recalling that for the Ask Me, those with higher impact scores have better quality of life, we can appreciate that all domains of the quality of life were negatively affected by severe disease. Regarding sleep quality and quality of life, those with poor sleep quality had significantly lower Ask Me scores in all domains than those with good sleep quality. So with regards to sleep quality, all domains of quality of life were negatively affected by poor quality of sleep. So of 177 participants, 66.1% were found to have poor sleep quality. This was similar to a larger study done in the US by Wallen et al., which showed that of 328 participants, 71.2% had poor sleep quality. The mean PSQI score in our sample population was 7, which was lower than that found in studies done by Wallen, which was 8.4, and by Harrison, which was 11.8. Further assessment would have to be done to find out why this was. So the sickle cell disease population were usually underweight, but now becoming more obese and overweight. So in general population as well, we see where BMI is associated with poor sleep quality. For employment status, perhaps those who worked may have had added stresses from work, which interrupted efficient sleep. And although it wasn't found to be significant in the regression model, females were found to have poorer sleep quality, which was further supported by findings in a research done by Gradner et al., which showed that females tend to have an increased risk of insomnia. This severe disease was found to be a significant factor in determining quality of sleep. It was also a significant factor in determining the health-related quality of life. Those with good sleep quality had better quality of life scores in all 5 impact domains. So improving sleep quality in this population may improve the person's overall quality of life. Regarding clinical implications, there is potential for clinicians to improve the quality of life in adults with sickle cell disease in Jamaica by routinely screening for sleep quality and offering early intervention to improve sleep quality in those found to be at risk. We can educate our patients about the importance of good sleep habits to try and encourage improving their quality of sleep. We can also identify risk factors in screening for BMI routinely and advising those found to be overweight and obese of lifestyle adjustments that they can make. And we can co-manage with social services and perhaps psychology to assist those who are employed with stress management and other factors that they may have which may negatively impact their quality of sleep. These are my references. And I would like to thank my supervisor, Professor Monica Asnani, Ms. Kim Michael Black, my research assistant, the staff and the patients of the Sickle Cell Unit, and thank you, the audience, for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chin. We are going to take the questions at the... Okay. I was just informed that the questions will be now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we are going to take the questions at the end, okay? So our next presenter will be Dr. Zachary Ramsey. Now, Zachary, as you know, was named from the Bible, a masculine Hebrew and Persian name, and it means God has remembered. Now, you heard him earlier with a very important presentation that he delivered. Now, having recognized that sickle cell disease is a common genetic disorder in Jamaica with a high public health burden, Dr. Ramsey aimed to identify the proportion of sickle cell patients making out-of-pocket payments and the other cost barriers to universal health. And ladies and gentlemen, you know how expensive health care can be even when you're healthy. Zachary is a physician and research fellow at the Sickle Cell Unit at the University of the West Indies. He graduated from the UWI in 2013 with a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree and worked at the Bustamante Children's Hospital before arriving at the Sickle Cell Unit in 2017. At the Sickle Cell Unit, he worked as an investigator on the said disease, clinical trials and studies examining neuropathic pain, health expenses, hydrouria to prevent strokes in children, and the new drug voxelotor. He is also currently a candidate in the Master of Science degree program in epidemiology at the said university. This is a very important speaker. Again, put your hands together and welcome Dr. Ramsey.
Hi, morning. So I'm here today to talk about a study on universal healthcare in sickle cell disease. Now, universal healthcare or universal health coverage is defined by the World Health Organization as a state in which all individuals and communities receive the health services that they need without suffering financial hardship. when it was last estimated in 2017, the universal healthcare in Jamaica was 65%, and that was lower than the mean estimate for Latin America and the Caribbean of 75.44%. Now, in 2007, Jamaica abolished user fees for all persons under 17 in order to try and achieve universal healthcare. And then furthermore, they abolished it for everyone in April of 2008. Now, the National Health Services Act, which addresses fees regulation, outlined that surgery, imaging, laboratory investigations, and pharmacy services should be provided without a user fee where available in the public health system. There were a few exceptions to that. Now, there have been different findings and opinions of the policy. Bureauman found that it had some economic benefits. So they noted that it added, or they estimated that it added $26.6 million in terms of purchasing power to the Jamaican economy in 2008 to 2012. And they also estimated that it added 2.15 hours to the labor week. The Medical Association of Jamaica, on the other hand, thought that it was associated with poor work conditions as a result of low resources financing the health system. And they recommended that we continue the no user fee only for children, elderly, and persons who are mentally challenged. Now, the World Health Organization defines out-of-pocket payments as direct payments made by individuals to healthcare providers at the time of service use. And it usually excludes things like prepayments and health insurance. Now, it is an important factor to consider in the developing world, where it has been found to be about 45% of total health expenditure, and where it can force persons into poverty. Now, the Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions, that's a nationally representative survey that we look on living standards, including health expenditures in Jamaica, and it's been done since 1988. And when we estimated the amount of persons having out-of-pocket payments in the public system, that was last estimated at 2.4% in 2014. Now, sickle cell disease, of course, as we've discussed, is associated with significant morbidity and mortality in Jamaica. And all over the world, it is characterized by them having high healthcare utilization. So they are admitted a lot and they visit the doctor a lot. So we know that this is a very vulnerable population that we need to study. So we set out to do this study to determine the out-of-pocket payments that patients with sickle cell disease have to make while they're admitted to public hospitals in Jamaica. We also wanted to look at some of the other barriers that may present towards universal healthcare, particularly demographic, socioeconomic, and clinical barriers. And we wanted to compare public and private admissions. So we wanted to see how the patients differ in terms of their characteristics and also how they differ in terms of their levels of satisfaction. So we did a cross-sectional study between October 2019 and August 2020, and we consecutively recruited subjects who were not ill at the time with an acute illness, and if they had been hospitalized in the last 4 weeks. Persons who were hospitalized more than once, we only used their last admission. And when persons weren't able to come in, we did telephone interviews. Now, we performed the patient satisfaction questionnaire short form, which is a satisfaction questionnaire validated for persons in sickle cell disease in Jamaica, and it examines satisfaction across 18 different domains. Higher scores mean higher satisfaction. We also performed a modified version of the Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions health module to look on direct health expenses, and we assessed persons' sickle cell disease complications using the SCD medical history checklist of the Ask Me questionnaire. That's a validated quality of life questionnaire for sickle cell disease patients. Now, parents completed the questionnaires when subjects were pediatric. And I should mention that for the purposes of this study, the sickle cell unit and the University Hospital of the West Indies were considered as private facilities because they do charge user fees, and prescriptions and requests for tests cannot be fulfilled in public facilities when they're coming from them. So we calculated a crowding index as a ratio of the total number of persons in the household to the total number of habitable rooms. And we defined overcrowding as a state in which there were more than 1.01 persons per habitable room, as is defined by the Jamaica Survey of Living Conditions. For bivariate analysis, we performed t-tests, ANOVA regressions, Wilcoxon-Ransom and Kruskal-Wallis tests. And when comparing public and private outcomes with continuous variables, we did simple logistic regressions. We also assessed persons' subjective perception of their ability to afford healthcare using domain 7 of the PSQ questionnaire. And we categorized their outcomes as 3 outcomes. Either healthcare was unaffordable, they were uncertain, or healthcare was affordable. The model was built in a backward stepwise direction based on improvements in the log likelihood and likelihood ratio tests. So we recruited 103 subjects, 51.5% were female, and there was a mean age of 20.2. 45.6% were adults, and 60.2% of the admissions were public. 88.4% were of a severe genotype, and 22.3% were using hydroxyurea. When we looked on the total number of complications that persons had at the time of admission, there was a mean of 1.1, ranging from 0 to 7, and leg ulcers, regular blood transfusions, and kidney damage were frequently reported. So we can see that 74.8% were from an urban type community. As many as 48.5% were from overcrowded homes, 67% used public transportation. Employment in persons above 18 years or older was 57.5%, and 56.9% of persons above 14 years or older had grade 10 or higher passes. When we assessed the total weekly income of all adults in the household, there was significant non-response, but of those who were able to respond, 6,200 to 11,999 was frequently reported. Now, the University Hospital of the West Indies was actually the only private hospital that was reported. The Bustamante Children's Hospital and Kingston Public Hospital were also frequently reported. 3 persons had surgery and 3 persons were admitted to the intensive care unit. And among the diagnosis resulting in the admission, acute chest syndrome, painful crisis, and anemia were commonly reported. Now, 55.9% of persons used private pharmacies in the last 4 weeks, whereas 44.1% used public. And of those who used public pharmacies, 69.6% had no costs, while 21.7% spent less than or equal to $2,500. I was making note that it is possible to purchase medication at some drug-serve locations. Now, of those who were admitted to public hospitals, when we exclude medication, most had no costs associated with that. In terms of financial protection, 86% had no health insurance. And when we looked on National Health Fund cards, 39.8% owned one. And of those who owned one, 26.8% used it with this admission. We also asked about the savings that they had when they used it, and 54.6% reported that it was minimal, while 27.2% reported none at all. Now, when we looked at out-of-pocket payments, we found that 21 persons had out-of-pocket payments associated with items and medications while admitted to public hospitals. The Bustamante Children's Hospital was frequently reported as being associated with OPP, and 81% of persons reported that they purchased these items because they were unavailable at the facility. So some of these items included antibiotics, opioid medication, so that's opioid pain medication, some other medications including lansoprazole, carvedilol, HCTZ, folic acid, hydroxyurea, and there are also reports of dengue virus antibody tests, blood cultures, and x-rays. Now, when we compared public and private hospital admissions, we found that persons who were admitted to public hospitals were associated with being in the pediatric age group, overcrowded homes, and less disease complications. Other factors were not significant. We compared satisfaction, so this is just illustrating the degrees of satisfaction, where green means more satisfied and red means more dissatisfaction. Overall, the scores were not different in the domains, with the exception of that healthcare is unaffordable. We can see that persons who are admitted to private hospitals were unable, had more inability to afford healthcare. Now, we also assessed healthcare, the subjective perception of healthcare affordability. We found that 38.8% of persons reported that it was unaffordable, while 54.3% reported that it was affordable. And in bivariate analysis, when we did not control for other factors, the inability to afford healthcare was associated with private hospital admissions and persons who had more disease complications. Other factors were not significant. Now, when we looked at the subjective perception to afford healthcare in a multinomial logistic regression, while controlling for other factors, healthcare being unaffordable was associated with private admission, public transportation, and persons having more disease complications. So we found that as many as 16.5% of public admissions were associated with out-of-pocket payments for tests and medication that were unavailable at the facility. This actually is higher than what was reported for the general population, and it really highlights the significantly worse health disparities for patients with sickle cell disease. In fact, in the United States, Medicaid expenses were more than 4 times higher for sickle cell disease children. And similarly, in the United States, as much as 5% of their health expenses were as a result of out-of-pocket payments. Now, one of the reasons that may account for that is that few persons own National Health Fund cards. When we looked at comparing our findings to the general population, we found that we had much less persons owning a card, and of course, very few of our patients who own them actually used it. So we do think there are efforts that need to be made to increase the uptake of the cards and their usage, and that some of these tests and medication that I mentioned, they need to be made more regularly available at public facilities. Now, persons from overcrowded homes were more likely to be admitted to public hospitals. And of course, overcrowding is a proxy for socioeconomic status. So we do see that it may be influencing healthcare decisions, and that's something that we need to do more studies on. Another thing that may be a barrier to universal healthcare is the fact that sickle cell disease patients live in worse living conditions. So compared to the general population, we found that they had more overcrowding, and that most of our patients who were able to respond earned near minimum wage. We also found that we had a lower ability to afford healthcare than the general population, although the ways that we are measuring it are not exactly the same, but that's something to note. Now, public transportation was also a predictor of healthcare being unaffordable, and it is likely that public transportation is a proxy for socioeconomic status, but we also still need to consider the impact that transportation may be having in terms of healthcare costs and decisions. In fact, in a study in Nigeria, transportation was as much as 9.8% of sickle cell disease health costs. Now, more disease complications was also predictive of being unable to afford healthcare, and we would expect that because persons who have more disease complications have more tests and medication to pay for. And that has been seen in the literature. So in the United States, sickle cell disease end organ damage has been associated with higher all-cause healthcare costs, and it's even higher for those with multiple end organ damage. So just to conclude, we have found that there is evidence of a high number of out-of-pocket payments for sickle cell disease patients in Jamaica. We do need to increase the usage and the uptake of National Health Fund cards, and a lot of those items, and including the medications and the tests, need to be made more readily available. In the future, we would definitely like to do more studies to assess the impact of socioeconomic status and transportation on healthcare decisions and its affordability, and furthermore, how that might affect some of the related clinical outcomes. All right, thank you. Just want to mentioned a limitation, that there was a lot of responses of uncertainty, and so we had to categorize our cost responses. And I'd also like to thank my co-authors and the staff and patients of the sickle cell unit.
Congratulations to our two presenters on such a very august presentation. You heard the first one from Dr. Nikki Chin on sleep quality and sickle cell, as well as from Dr. Zachary Ramsey on cost barriers to universal health care. Now the floor is open for question and answers. Please visit the chat and put your questions there, as well as other rooms that are available. In addition to that, sign into our social media platform, as well as our YouTube. Any questions, please?
Dr. Ramsey, question for you. What surgeries were done and what was the reason for ICU admissions?
Right, thanks for the question. I do not have that specific data right now, but that's something I could look into. Because the numbers were so small, it wasn't something that we needed to particularly examine more. The numbers for the persons admitting to ICU and doing surgery. But I have the data, so I can look at it and let you know after.
Okay, at the public hospitals where medications were not available, was the customer service department and the NHF engaged to procure medication?
We did not assess for that more. That's something interesting to think about, but we did not assess that further, no.
In relation to affordability, was there a significant difference between cost of care, inclusive of medication, among those admitted to private institutions compared to public institutions?
Yes, so we did look at private healthcare expenses, and that's something we'll present in the larger paper. It was a little bit out of the scope of this presentation, but there was definitely a very significant difference. Persons who had private admissions, most of them were reporting more than $20,000 when they were able to present it. But because we are really looking at the effect of the no user fee policy, for this presentation, we're more interested in presenting findings for public healthcare and expenses associated with public healthcare. But there was a big difference.
Do you think healthcare workers have an increased role in advocacy to reduce such disparities for this vulnerable group?
Well, there are things that we can do. So when we do see that there is a disadvantaged patient, we can try and refer them to a social worker. I know for a fact that at the sickle cell unit, we make a strong effort to encourage persons to get National Health Fund cards. In fact, I was a little surprised by the findings, because we do try and encourage every patient to have a card, but that's something that we can do. And, we do have a role to play. Sometimes we are, of course, limited by the resources in the actual healthcare system. But definitely trying to identify those patients, trying to identify factors that are preventing them from getting the best healthcare and making the necessary referrals when necessary is very important.
Next question, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey. Yes. Yeah. I have a quick one before I go to Dr. Chin. In your presentation, you said doctors are more business-like. Is there a way, is it because it's a public setting? Is there a way that the doctors could be more empathetic when you're dealing with those people that come to the public space? And then there's another one that, why will someone with health care still cannot afford health care? Health insurance, okay? So that's something that we need to look at. Somebody have health insurance. Is it a case of the doctors trying, it's a question you must look at, taking all that the health insurance covers, after which you make the patient pay some more money and they don't have it. They cannot afford it. So we need to look at that between the health insurance provider and the medical practitioners. Now, the next one is for Dr. Chin. Dr. Chin, we talked about sleep. I'm asking a good question here. If somebody is not able to sleep, would you recommend, knowing the importance sleep plays for quality of life, would they recommend sleeping pills for the individuals, and to what extent? Thank you.
Very good questions.
I believe that anyone who's having difficulty with sleep needs to be assessed further to see what potential help they can get, because it might be that they don't need to go to pharmacologic resources for helping them to improve their sleep quality. So the person having negative sleep quality or having difficulty sleeping would need further assessment to see what the cause is and treat accordingly.
Dr. Ramsey, over to you to respond to the question.
Sorry, can we repeat the question? I was answering some questions in the Q&A.
Okay, so it's actually not a question. Dr. Patient said that it is something to think about. All right? Now we're going to take a break, 5 minutes to be exact. For those of you who are on local time, we shall resume at 11:30. And good night to those of you who are joining very far away, over 14 hours. And good afternoon to those of you who are on Eastern Standard Time. In the meanwhile, however, we are entreating you to consult the website for the conference booklet, the posters, and to complete the evaluation form. This website is, and listen carefully, https://www.moh.gov.jm/national health research conference and /. When you get there, you just scroll down and you will see the booklet, the evaluation form, the poster, and all that I mentioned. And just to let you know, up next is a very important segment, the Year of the Nurse. Stay tuned. Don't go too far. You don't want to miss it, because our Chief Nursing Officer of Jamaica, Mrs. Patricia Ingram Martin, will be delivering on this segment. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. Don't go too far. 5 minutes. Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, right?
Yes, sir. Why am I feeling alright?
I want to come and see her sneeze and I come so close to me, brother.
When we make her see me and sneeze, people can't sneeze again.
And then your brother said COVID still a keep.
And what is COVID done a long time? And I don't want to hear where you there. Sir, allow me, huh?
Wait. Let me show you about it. You talk about COVID done. Last thing you hear about dozen cases in a 1 day, brother.
Me no hear nothing like that.
You're not here, so you feel because you're not here about the case, and you're not see them, you say you're still about. No, man. You need to still wear your mask, sanitize your hand them, and observe social distancing.
And you know, some of my mask too, me just don't wear it more while not coming to see the use feet. But since you educate me about them stuff here, better as well me put the hand on me, can't afford to catch corona in a time like this. Thank you, sir.
Thank God the people them work here. But Jesus, me nah mamas. Me nah mess up my nice matte red lipstick. Girl, you idiot. Think of the consequences. Remember a public transportation you will take. What if somebody cough or sneeze? Plus, what if the person you're gonna sit beside has corona and you don't know? Girl, go put on your mask.
Don't touch your eye or your nose or your mouth as a mask with them mask out. Mask out, away till corona pass out. Pass out, your ear a mask with them mask out. Mask out, them sexy stay in your house. Your house, hey, me love road, yes, but me top walk it.
Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could I really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here why you are going to do for all the way. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please, and thanks.
Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. COVID-19 is still here. Always wear your mask correctly while in public places, covering your nose and mouth at all times. Masks should never be worn over the head, under your chin, below your nose, or hanging from your ears. Recovery from COVID-19 can take up to 60 days or more. The mask or the ventilator? You choose. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Hold on. Yeah, alright?
Yes, sir. Why am I feeling alright?
I want to come and see her sneeze and I come so close to me, brother.
When we make her see me a sneeze, people can't sneeze again.
And then your brother said COVID still a keep.
And what is COVID done a long time and I don't want to hear where you there. Sir, allow me, huh?
Wait. Let me show you about. They talk about COVID done. Last thing me hear about dozen cases in a one day, brother.
Me no hear nothing like that.
You're not here, so you feel because you're not here about the case, and you're not see them in the studio about. No, man. You need to still wear your mask, sanitize your hand them, and observe social distancing.
And you know, some of my mask too, I just don't wear it more while not coming up to the use feet. But since you educate me about them some here, but as well, I put your hand on me, can't afford to catch corona and I tell like this. Thank you, sir.
Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this very important segment, the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife, declared by the World Health Organization. As you know, nurses and midwives continue to play a vital role in providing health services. These are the people who have been devoting their lives to us. Can you imagine how many of us would come into this world without being delivered by a midwife or being taken care of? The dictionary says that when you're a nurse, it means that you're trained to take care of the sick. But there are people who are not trained, and they continue to take care of the sick. And you know, one of the reasons that make nursing such a very noble position, it is because when you're caring for someone, it takes out of you your emotional, your psychological, and your physical self. For those of you who are on the platform, and for those of you who are in the room who are nurses, please give yourselves a round of applause where you sit. It is with great pride that I introduce to you a very important lady, Mrs. Patricia Ingram Martin. She began her nursing career some 25 years ago at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital, where, guess who was born? Moi. While there, she served as registered nurse midwife, in-service education officer, and deputy director of nursing services. Mrs. Ingram Martin was later seconded to the Bustamante Hospital for Children as director of nursing services in 2010. After 7 years of service to that institution, she further progressed by way of another secondment to the head office of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, where she currently occupies the position of Chief Nursing Officer. Chief Nursing Officer, you know, for the entire Jamaica of 2.7 million people, situated on a land of over 4,011 square miles. Chat about. Okay, so for those of you who had your eyes on Mrs. Ingram Martin, she is taken. Sorry to disappoint you. So she is married, and she has 2 lovely children, and is an active member of various committees and councils, both locally and regionally. She is also a guest speaker at the Ministry of Health and Wellness In-Service Education Unit, and has served as associate lecturer for the University of the West Indies School of Nursing. It is called Unison, and that's the Mona campus. Ladies and gentlemen, what a treat to have in our midst today on such an important moment, the International Year of Nurses and Midwives. Put your hands together and give a bono-nonos welcome to Nurse Ingram Martin.
Madam Moderator, Dr. Crawford, thank you so much for that kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues on site and those who are on the virtual platform, good morning to you. Indeed, it is an opportunity for me to be sharing about the Year of the Nurse and the Midwife. I will just remove my mask. I must thank the Ministry of Health and Wellness, National Health Research Committee, the Planning Committee, of course, for giving me this opportunity to share with you a little bit about the International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife. Now, the concept of the Year of the Nurse and the Midwife gained traction. Right. So the concept gained traction at the 144th session of the Executive Board of the World Health Organization, WHA, where Jamaica successfully proposed that 2020 be declared as the International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife. And this really was to underscore how crucial nurses and midwives were, to the delivery of the health services, as well as to achieve its target of universal health coverage and health for all by year 2030. Now, just to explain that nurses and midwives is really meaning all registered nurses, that is all categories of registered nurses, all enrolled assistant nurses, and all categories of the registered midwives. So on May 24th, 2019, at the 72nd World Health Assembly, the World Health Organization designated 2020 as the International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife in honor of the bicentenary of the birth of Florence Nightingale, one of the founders of modern nursing. The purpose was really to highlight the enormous sacrifices and contributions of nurses and midwives to the universal health coverage. And this was also to bring into sharp focus the shortage of nurses and midwives, globally, and to look at means of addressing these shortages. Now, the activities that were planned locally. Activities were launched to recognize and celebrate nurses and midwives across the country. While some activities were postponed due to the effects of COVID-19 pandemic, there were some achievements to include, one, there was the proclamation of the International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife by the Governor General of Jamaica, His Excellency Sir Patrick Allen. And we have identified a patron for the year's activity, and that is Her Excellency Lady Patricia Allen. A national launch of the International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife was done, and this was done in January 2020. There was also the staging of a nursing and midwifery research conference in October of this year. Now, just this picture is really showing the launch that we had in January, and it is really highlighted, well, the permanent secretary's representative, Ms. Palmer, handing over the signed proclamation by the Governor General to the three arms of nursing leadership in Jamaica. So we have the first arm, which is the policy arm, and that is my office, the Nursing and Midwifery Services Unit in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Then we have the legislative arm, which is the Nursing Council of Jamaica. And then we have the advocacy arm, which are the associations. And the associations which were represented here, we have the Nurses Association of Jamaica, the Midwives Association of Jamaica, and we also have the Enrolled Assistant Nurses Association of Jamaica. It was a wonderful occasion. We also had, as was indicated, the research conference, and this is the annual Dory-Pattison Research Conference, which is usually held by the University of the West Indies, Hospital of the West Indies, and this year it was under the umbrella of the activities of the Year of the Nurse and the Midwife. Now, plans are advanced for staging of the Mary C. Cole Memorial Lecture on November 23, and we will also be having the Nurses and Midwives Awards function on December 10, 2020. The final event will be a think tank session to include stakeholders from various sectors of the society, exploring the future of nursing and midwifery in Jamaica. And we are expecting that from this think tank session, we will have recommendations that we can move forward to, in regards to strengthening of the nursing and midwifery workforce in Jamaica. Now, just to mention that Jamaica contributed to the State of the World Nursing and Midwifery reports, and these are highlights of the World Health Organization's International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife. Now, the nurses report is already out, it was tabled. However, the midwifery report is to be published soon. The main issue for consideration as it relates to the nursing part of it is for Jamaica is the shortage of 3,000 to 4,000 nurses, and this is projected to continue up to 2030. With the current attrition of nurses, the focus is on replacing of stocks and building capacity of junior nurses to be able to provide the best quality of nursing care. Strategies being pursued to strengthen the workforce include building capacity of training facilities and forging partnerships with other countries such as the UK, the United Kingdom, to train more nurses, and also the recruiting of specialist nurses from other countries. One of the World Health Organization's intervention to assist countries following the analysis of the state of the country's report is to assist with the development of policy dialogue. And so Jamaica has commenced the preliminary discussions with WHO and PAHO regarding our policy dialogue. And this is basically looking at how we can invest more in nursing and midwifery with the view to strengthen the workforce. The Nightingale Challenge. Now, this is another flagship activity for this International Year of the Nurse and the Midwife. And so this is pioneered by the Nursing Now Global campaign. This challenge aims to support the development of the next generation of nurses and midwives as leaders, practitioners, and advocates in health. It calls for employers of nurses and midwives globally to provide leadership and development training for at least 20 nurses and midwives per country for the year. I am happy to say that the Ministry of Health and Wellness has accepted the Nightingale Challenge, where 32 registered nurses and midwives were identified to access leadership training to commence just next week, November 23rd. This is in collaboration with the PAHO collaborating centers, which are the University of the West Indies School of Nursing and the University of Miami. And just to say that this is an online training program which existed before, but it is now repurposed to fit the Nightingale Challenge criteria and is being piloted here in Jamaica with a view to be offered to other countries in the Caribbean. So this is really a big thing for us. So in concluding, it was our fervent hope that the declaration of the year would bring much deserved recognition to the outstanding and tireless work of nurses and midwives. We did not foresee a COVID-19 pandemic, which has now brought into sharp focus their tremendous value to the healthcare delivery system. We, nurses and midwives, have proven ourselves to be heroes and the bedrock of the communities we serve. The Nursing and Midwifery Services Unit salutes you and all health and care workers for your continued bravery and dedication. And with this, I would like to acknowledge a few entities and few persons I would like to start with the executive arm of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, headed by our very own Minister of Health, Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton. I would also like to acknowledge the staff of the Nursing and Midwifery Services Unit, and I must acknowledge my Deputy Director of Nursing, our Deputy Chief Nursing Officer, Mrs. Karen Nelson, who has stood by me, every step of the way. I must also acknowledge the Year of the Nurse and Midwife and the Nursing Now Planning Committees, headed by Mrs. Claudette James. I must also acknowledge the National Health Workforce Committee, headed by Dr. Gail Hudson. The PAHO WHO Country Office, headed, of course, by Dr. Theodore Gandhi. I must also acknowledge the leadership of the regional health authorities who gave support in every respect that we ask, and all nurses and midwives who have contributed to the year's activities. And to everyone who have assisted us, I can tell you that the support was tremendous and is tremendous. Thank you so much. Okay. We're finished? Okay.
Thank you so very much for that very excellent presentation. And our Deputy Chief Nurse has just asked me to add that there will be on November 25 the Orange Day Walk webinar, which is an important segment of the International Year of the Nurse. Thank you so very much. This is so timely because it was just recently, a few days ago, I read the biography of Florence Nightingale. And let me tell you something, nurses. If you ever read that, and I'm entreating you to read it because it is cause to step up your game. You understand the way you walk, the way you conduct yourself, because you're noble, and there's just no question about that. So thank you again, Mrs. Ingram Martin. Are there any questions for her? No? Okay. Okay. You need the mic. You need the mic. Yes. No, for persons on the platform. It's okay.
Thank you very much. Sir, when I listen, questions pop out, okay? Sorry about that. Okay. So, you have 32 selected, identified for leadership training. Okay. So, my concern is this is the first set. We're going to be having them consistently. So will Northern Caribbean University be included? Will all the other Excelsior and all the other... No, I'm talking. So should we include those, the selection criteria? Are they aware that we are doing this so that they can be exposed if they have to apply? All of those. So we have to inform schools and institutions and organizations so that many persons can benefit over time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so just to mention that thank you so much for that question. Now, the leadership training are for nurses who are already trained, nurses and midwives who are already trained. And because of attrition, we have the more seasoned persons who are always leaving. So this leadership training is really to build and to develop those who are left behind, who have to really be offering service. So the training is not really the schools. It's the university, the PAHO Collaborating Center, who have been partnering with us, and they are going to be offering or guiding the process for the training, for the online training. So, of course, persons from all the schools will get an opportunity because, as we say, this is a pilot. So we are hoping that it will be ongoing and we can include more persons in the training for future training. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief Nurse. So just to let you know that there are 2 scientific sessions left. It will be on health and wellness and laboratory studies. These will be chaired, by Dr. Michelle Hamilton. That's for scientific session 6, and for scientific session 7, Mr. Howard Lynch. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say hearty congratulations to the organizers of this conference, Dr. Karen Webster-Carr and Dr. Andreen Grant, and the remarkable team. Also to the Ministry of Health leads, the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Christopher Tufton, and the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Dunstan E. Dunstan Bry. Congrats also to the oral and poster presenters, and thanks to the dedicated JIS team and others. Ladies and gentlemen, let me use this opportunity to wish you utmost safety and wellness, and a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous year, because we will be living to see it. Don't drink too much wine now. Over.
Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. COVID-19 is still here. Always wear your mask correctly while in public places, covering your nose and mouth at all times. Masks should never be worn over the head, under your chin, below your nose, or hanging from your ears. Recovery from COVID-19 can take up to 60 days or more. The mask or the ventilator? You choose. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic, winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could I really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here what you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please. And thanks.
Come hurry up and got the people them work here. But Jesus, me nah my mask. Me nah mess up my nice match red lipstick. Girl, ya idiot. Think of the consequences. Remember a public transportation you will take. What if somebody cough or sneeze? Plus, what if the person you're gonna sit beside has corona and you don't know? Girl, go put on your mask.
Don't touch your eye or your nose or your mouth as a mask with them ass out. Mask out, away till corona pass out. Pass out, your ear a mask with them ass out. Mask out, them sex to stay in a your house. Your house, hey, me love road, yes, but me top walk it.
Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could that really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here what you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please. And thanks.
Hold on. Yeah, alright?
Yes, sir. Why am I feeling alright?
No, no, come see her sneeze and I come so close to me, brother.
When we make her see me and sneeze, people can't sneeze again.
And then your brother said COVID still a keep.
And what is COVID done a long time? I don't want to hear where you there. Sir, allow me, huh?
Wait. Let me show you, man. You talk about COVID done. Last thing me hear about dozen cases in a one day, brother.
Me no hear nothing like that.
You're not here, so you feel because you're not here about the case, and you're not see them in the studio about. No, man. You need to still wear your mask, sanitize your hand them, and observe social distancing.
And you know, some of my mask too, me just don't wear it more while not come and see the use feet. But since you educate me about them stuff here, but as well, I put your hand on me, can't afford to catch corona in a time like this. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the penultimate session of our research conference. I know you would all have been enjoying all the presentations that have been made thus far, and I am confident that in this session, we will also have presentations that you will enjoy and presentations that will be informative. So to kick things off, I am going to start with our first presenter, Dr. Angela Rankin-Mullins. And Dr. Rankin-Mullins will be presenting on early detection of the spleen in homozygous sickle cell disease and the prediction of susceptibility of patients to overwhelming infection. Evidence from a retrospective cohort study. Now, Dr. Angela Rankin-Mullins is a pediatrician and research fellow at the Sickle Cell Unit. She's a graduate of the University of the West Indies, and she has worked in Belize, Grenada, and the United Kingdom, and qualified as a member of the Royal College of Pediatrics in 2012. The body of work in which she has published include preventing childhood stroke, expanding the use of hydroxyurea, which is shown to be a useful modality in reducing complications, and understanding the increased risk of rapidly emerging viruses among persons with sickle cell disease. Dr. Rankin-Mullins is married and is the mother of 3 daughters. So I will now turn over to you to make her presentation, early detection of the spleen in homozygous sickle cell disease and the prediction of susceptibility of patients to overwhelming infection, evidence from a retrospective cohort study. I now turn you over to Dr. Rankin-Mullins.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamilton. And I'd like to say a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. You have heard the title of this presentation, so I would go straight on to the first slide, please. Yes, so sickle cell disease is the most common monogenetic inherited disorder in Jamaica. There are many types of sickle cell disease. However, the most frequently seen is homozygous sickle cell disease, which will be referred to in this presentation as HBSS. It results when someone inherits 2 abnormal genes for hemoglobin, 1 from each patient. The abnormal hemoglobin S, under deoxygenated conditions, polymerizes and changes the shape of the red cell from round and biconcave to a sickle shape, as can be seen in the diagram. Homozygous sickle cell disease is known for its severity, and it affects many organs, the spleen being one of them. The spleen is located in the abdomen and acts as a filter, removing bacteria and damaged red cells. If the spleen no longer works, which happens in HBSS, bacteria that get into the blood will multiply rapidly. So patients with HBSS can have an enlarged spleen for many reasons, and parents are taught to examine the abdomen for an enlarged spleen. So mom is taught how to place her hand on the abdomen, and then if she feels a spleen, this is measured by a spatula, tongue depressor, or what we call a spleen stick. So patients with HBSS are prone to overwhelming infection, both with encapsulated bacteria and also other organisms. As we said, splenic enlargement occurs, and this is known as splenomegaly, and it is common in children, but the age at which this occurs will vary. In this study, we tested the hypothesis that early splenomegaly in persons with HBSS predicts susceptibility to overwhelming or severe infection. The methods used. This was a prospective cohort study, and the name of the study, or the name of the cohort, is the Jamaica sickle cell cohort, which is a long-standing cohort. The study was approved by the Mona Campus Research Ethics Committee, and persons were followed at the sickle cell unit in Jamaica. Patients were placed in 4 groups. The early group, in which persons who presented up to the age of 6.9 months were placed. Then persons who presented with splenomegaly, and these groups, I should say, have said, was based on when they presented with an enlarged spleen. So the second group was persons who presented between 7 to 12 months. The third, those who presented after 12 months. And the fourth group, those in whom a spleen was never palpated. Patients who had had a splenectomy or who had left the island for some reasons, who had died, or who were lost to follow-up were excluded from the study. And a severe infection was defined as a bacterial infection confirmed by culture with reported sensitivities. So the main analysis variables were as follows. The main outcome variables were the occurrence of bacterial infection, time to first infection, and the exposure variable was age at first presentation of splenomegaly. Descriptive variables were age at first severe bacterial infection and the type of bacterial isolate which was found. Summary measures were expressed as means with standard deviation or as counts. A cross tabulation was performed to test the relationship between the age of onset of splenomegaly and the occurrence of a severe infection. A chi-square test was used to test the significance of this relationship. Kaplan-Meier curves were constructed and a log-rank test was used to determine equality of survival. A regression analysis was used to produce an odds ratio and coefficients to compare the risk of severe infection between exposure groups. So these are the results. Of 311 patients identified in the Jamaica sickle cell cohort study, 159 patients were included, and the others were excluded for the reasons that I have previously stated. 53 patients were in the early group, 37 were in the mid, 62 in the late, and 7 never had a spleen or had a history of no spleen being palpated. The mean age of first enlargement of the spleen was 1.3 years. And of 97 patients who had had a severe infection, the mean age of infection was 5.6 years. This table shows the types of bacterial isolates among study patients. Pneumococcus accounted for the largest percentage, followed by Salmonella and Haemophilus influenzae. And other bacteria seen were Staph, Klebsiella, and E. coli. This table shows a cross-tabulation comparing the number of observed and expected severe infections between age groups. And one can see in the first column the age groups, And it can be seen that those in the early group had 47% more infections than was expected. And you can follow the number of observed and the number of expected infections. And you'll see that the other groups actually had less accounts or less events of infection than was expected. This was statistically significant. This is the Kaplan-Meier curves, which were constructed, showing the survival experience by age group in our study population. And it can be seen in the lower curve, which represents the early group, that they actually presented earlier with a severe infection compared to the other groups. And the topmost curve actually shows those in the late group presenting later. However, our survival function was found to be significantly different by a log rank test, as can be seen, but the magnitude and the difference of this change could not be ascertained from a log rank test. This table shows the results of a logistic regression comparing the occurrence of infection in the early group with the other groups, and it shows that those in the early group were over 2.5 times more likely to have a severe infection, and this was also statistically significant. So we found that there was a significant relationship between the age of onset of splenomegaly and the occurrence of a severe infection in patients with HBSS. And therefore, early splenomegaly was able to predict subsequent infection. A similar relationship was found in this cohort when the oldest person was 5 years old. And the results of this study supports the conclusion that children with splenomegaly are likely to have impairment of splenic function, and that splenomegaly may actually herald the onset of splenic dysfunction. In fact, abnormal spleen function was found in 89% of children with HBSS and splenomegaly. So since patients with HBSS and early splenomegaly may be much more likely to present with a severe infection, identification of these patients and employing strategies for compliance with prophylaxis is important. S. pneumoniae accounted for 35%, which was actually less than the proportion in the early study by Rogers, but this, of course, is of no surprise due to the broader immunization coverage of S. pneumoniae. However, there has been an increasing change in the infection profile in persons with HBSS. And therefore, this stresses the need to be that children with HBSS and early splenomegaly should be carefully identified as being at increased risk for severe infection, even with a robust immunization program, which is available now. So for future analysis, we wish to do further sub-analysis to define groups by the type of pneumococcal prophylaxis received by each patient in the cohort. We would also like to look further at the survival function of each age group by other analysis to determine, as we had mentioned before, the magnitude and the difference between the survival of each age group. Our limitation, severe infection, not confirmed by culture, was not counted. This could have led to underreporting, and only dockets or medical notes at the sickle cell unit were examined. So in conclusion, the relationship between early splenomegaly and subsequent severe infection was confirmed. Closer clinical observation may be justified in those with early splenomegaly. With increasing coverage of newborn screening for sickle cell disease, the ability to predict children at special risk for severe infection by a simple clinical examination of the spleen may be a useful contribution to their clinical care. These are my references, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rankin Mullins. Good afternoon again. For those of you just joining us, I am Dr. Michelle Hamilton, Director, National Laboratory Services, and I am the moderator for this penultimate session of our conference. If you have just joined us, you would have missed a very interesting and very informative presentation by Dr. Rankin Mullins. And the benefits of this research should certainly be felt in the management of our patients with sickle cell disease. At this time, however, we are not going to be having any questions. We're going to keep the questions until the end of the session. So we thank Dr. Rankin Mullins very much for her presentation, and we will now be moving on to the second presentation in this session. So please, can you hold your questions? They will be answered after this second presentation. Our second presentation today is going to be done by Mr. Kevon Graham. It's entitled Analysis of Acinetobacter Isolates for Evidence of the Production of Antimicrobial Compounds. Now, Mr. Graham is a passionate researcher currently concluding final year studies at the molecular biology, an MPhil program at the University of the West Indies Mona campus. He is a student member of the American Society for Microbiology, ASM, and a lover of microorganisms. In the long term, he aims to fully understand how microorganisms are causing and solving humanity's biggest problems. So it's a very tall order, but he did say the long term. So he has given himself time in which to do it. So we now invite Mr. Graham to make his presentation, which I am sure will also be informative and interesting. So Mr. Graham, I'm turning over to you at this point.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for that warm introduction. And the title of the presentation was already said, so we're going to jump into the outline. Okay, so we'll begin with an introduction and we'll end with references and closing remarks. Now for our introduction. The scientists all over the world are endeavoring continuously to search for new antibiotic compounds in order to tackle the serious consequence and the dynamic nature of antibiotic resistance. And how are we going to do this? Is there hope? Yes. The total number of bioactive compounds produced by microorganisms are around 23,000, out of which 10,000 are produced by the Actinobacteria alone. And among this group of bacteria, 7,600 compounds are reported from the single genus Streptomycetes. Now, what is the Actinobacteria? The Actinobacteria are a group of gram-positive bacteria that grow and survive in a variety of habitats, but is predominantly found in the soil. They play a major role in the biogeochemical cycles through the decomposition of complex plant and animal residues. And they have a diverse metabolic activity due to their large genome, which allows them to respond to specific needs. Now, what do I mean by respond to specific needs? These bacteria are saprophytes in the soil, and they are continuously breaking down organic matter to release food. In the soil environment, this food is normally attracted by other surrounding microorganisms, and using their large genome, they're able to create and discharge toxic chemicals that they themselves are immune to, but is detrimental to those surrounding microorganisms. So scientists have found that these chemicals indeed not only have antimicrobial properties, but anti-tumor, antifungal, and even immunosuppressive properties. Now, why are we doing this research? Antibiotic resistance is not only an international problem, we're battling the issue here in Jamaica as well. In a paper published by Brown and Gino, the overall prevalence of MRSA, that's methicillin-resistant Staph aureus, from patients was 23%. That was 2007, so we can imagine how high that prevalence is in 2020. In 2017, the government of Jamaica established an action plan that was laced with protocols aimed at combating antibiotic resistance. However, and this protocol had three main aims. One, to target the public and how they should take antibiotics, take your full course, don't skip a day, and don't share. Secondly, they want to target healthcare professionals and how they should prescribe antibiotics, those severe cases. And thirdly, they targeted the use of antibiotics in agriculture. Now, a point that they didn't really emphasize was the use of science and technology in fighting this issue. And to really emphasize this point, I want to talk about the action plan by the US government that was scheduled to take place over the next 5 years. And they had 5 main goals. Goal 4 was to accelerate basic and applied research and development for new antibiotics and other therapeutics and vaccines. Jamaica has been doing very well with vaccines. We've managed to eradicate a lot of infections like measles and mumps through vaccines. So we're doing very well there. And overall, I believe the government, as well as any other bodies that are involved, they're doing a very good job in ensuring the health of our country. But I do believe that if we focus a little more on science and development, we're able to answer some of these big problems. Now let's just move on to our aims and objectives. Our first aim is to isolate and characterize pigment-producing strains of actinobacteria from soil samples collected from 5 parishes in Jamaica. We then want to examine the putative antibiotic-producing ability of selected isolates for evidence of the production of antimicrobial activity by screening against pathogenic bacteria. Now, how do we plan to do all of this? Let's jump into methodology. Okay, first we collected 25 soil samples from 5 locations in Jamaica, and these were screened for actinobacter isolates. So this screening process involved getting the soil sample, creating soil suspensions. From that suspension, we've done dilutions, and that diluent was propalated on media to select for streptomycetes. Now, we want to ensure we have a very diverse batch. So we ensure we pick colonies that are brightly pigmented, different forms, shapes, margins, to ensure we have a good diversity. Now, once these were selected, they were inoculated in venous broth for culturing for 2 to 3 weeks. Now, we want to have them for 2 to 3 weeks because at this point, they would have used up all their nutrients. And what happens when they use all the nutrients? They're going to secrete chemicals to really defend what's threatening their nutrients. So we expect that in our culture, we should have traces of bioactive compounds. And this was what we're going to be using for our antimicrobial analysis. Now, before we do that, we wanted to check our diversity. We do this by extracting genomic DNA from our isolates and use that to what we call rep-PCR. And this was done to eliminate any duplicate strains. In the soil environment, they're going to be sharing a lot of things. So we want to ensure that each isolate is unique and diverse in their own way. Now for the exciting part. Once we've done all that work, we want to now do the antimicrobial analysis. We had 6 pathogens: E. coli, Staph aureus, and Klebsiella. These were our clinical strains, and these were taken from a hospital. And Listeria, Salmonella, and Pantoja, these were taken from a reputable food testing laboratory. Now, how we plan to do this is that we decided to use the agar wall diffusion method. And this involves growing the pathogens in nutrient broth, then mixing them with nutrient agar. Once that is set, we create an 8mm well in the agar, and that is the well in which we'll add our cultured bacteria. Then it's incubated for 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. But now for our results. Before we jump in the antimicrobial testing results, we want to check do a final check for our diversity. And remember, we picked diverse isolates from the colony stage. We did rep-PCR to eliminate duplicates. Now we use DNA sequencing to check our diversity. And to date, 22 of the 90 isolates have been successfully analyzed using DNA sequencing and was confirmed to be 22 different strains. And why we stress in diversity so much is that because the more diverse the isolate, the more diverse the compounds they will be producing. Now, this displays the results of our isolates against Salmonella. If you can press it one more time. we'll take a closer look at the zone. Now, that area of clearing, that is called a zone of inhibition. It's what happens when the compounds in our isolates is creating a bacteriostatic effect against the salmonella. So there's two things, the zone size and the zone clarity. These are indications of how potent the chemicals in our compounds are. So we can see that salmonella is not really doing well against the isolates as we have large zones and they're very clear. Now to contrast, we're taking a look at the Staphylococcus aureus strain, and this was a MRSA strain. Now, if you look at this zone, it's much smaller and it's not very transparent. Now, there is some effect, yes, but because it's a MRSA strain, it's molecularly bulky, so the compounds in our isolates are not able to create that wide effect that we expect. But this is totally acceptable at this point. Now, this table shows the spread of all our locations, all our isolates, versus all the pathogens. And we have, overall, everyone was active against the pathogens. But we want to look at the totals. Now, the totals, I wanted to pay attention to Salmonella, which had 78 isolates affecting it, and Listeria had 68. Salmonella is a gram-negative bacteria, and Listeria is a gram-positive bacteria. Now, this is telling me that there's a high chance of isolating a broad-spectrum antibiotic from our batch, which at this point I think is very important. Next, I want to show you the overall performance of the isolates in their zone sizes. Now, zone size is an indirect indication of potency, and being 10.4 to 11, I would say this is about low to mid-level potency, which is also very important because, antimicrobial resistance is a very strong problem. It's not at pandemic levels like COVID. It's very slow. It creeps up on you. So we need to have sources to really help this issue as we go along further in the years. Now, to contrast, I wanted to show you the performance of our isolates to those of commercial antibiotics. So we used tetracycline, ampicillin, and vancomycin. Tetracycline and ampicillin are both broad spectrum, and vancomycin is the last line of defense for life-threatening gram-positive infections. Now, tetracycline versus our isolates, we see that they're relatively comparable, tetracycline being 11 to 19 and our isolates being 10.4 to 11. So I would say not so bad. Ampicillin, on the other hand, ampicillin is known to have a high level of resistance, so this is expected. But versus our isolates, we do have compounds that are affecting the pathogens versus ampicillin. And for vancomycin, Listeria should have been affected, but it's not, so we assume it's resistant to vancomycin, and our isolate isn't. So there's hope for bacterial infections with Listeria. We will have a treatment in the future, we hope. Next, this pie chart shows us a representation of the amount of pathogens that affected the clinical strains and the food pathogens-related strains. In conclusion, upon reviewing the isolates, we found that the diversity was indeed diverse. We had isolates that are very pigmented, very different from each other. And this was confirmed by PCR and DNA sequencing, where we had 22 of the 90 strains being overall very different. The antimicrobial analysis was also very, very good. We noted that every isolate was active against at least one pathogen. And this is important because it can lead to the discovery of novel antimicrobial compounds that could assist in the fight against antimicrobial resistance. These are my references, and thank you very much for listening. Special thanks to my supervisor, Dr. Shirley Brown, Graduate Studies and Research at the UMass campus, the Conference Secretariat for doing this amazing job, and my family, friends, and colleagues. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Graham. It's fair to say we are accustomed to mining things from the soil. We think about precious metals, we think about oil, but you have certainly broadened our perspective at this time by allowing us to think of other things that can come from the soil, such as bacteria that can be used significantly in the management of infectious diseases. So we look forward to hearing the comments and the questions that will come with respect to this presentation on actinobacteria. And so I'd like to thank you I'm sure that we will all agree that this was time well spent, and with the impact, the potential impact on the management of sickle cell patients, as was presented in our first presentation by Dr. Rankin Mullins. And now to think about how our research could contribute to the management of resistant organisms. I think we understand why these two talks really needed to be part of our Ministry of Health conference at this time. So thank you to both presenters, and I will now turn over for the question and answer section. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to the presenters for two excellent presentations. My first question goes to Dr. Rankin Mullins. I'm just curious, how effective are parents in identifying enlarged spleen? Is this the main method for identifying before they present to our health facility? And how effective are they in identifying indeed that their child has an enlarged spleen?
Yes, so parents from the initial visit to the clinic are counseled extensively about the spleen. And they not only get counseling, but they get the practical experience. So the doctors actually place the child or the baby then on the examination couch. Mom gets time to place her hand and actually feel that spleen for herself. So it's a very effective method. And in the picture was the spleen stick, which completes the examination by the parents, because not only do they feel the spleen, but they can measure it. A mark is placed on the stick, and once that spleen is felt below where it usually is, as measured by that little mark, she knows that she needs to seek medical attention. So it is an effective method. Thank you for that question.
In addition, sorry, thank you for an excellent presentation. Yes, for the spleen, what is the life expectancy for a child at 6.9 months having an enlarged spleen?
Okay, so the general life expectancy, the latest figures is about 42.9 years. It's a little bit lower than what was estimated before, but this paper that I quoted for is from 2018 by Sargent and one of our esteemed presenters today, Dr. Nikichin, and about 42 years was their estimate. So having the enlarged spleen sets you up for infection, but in terms of mortality, I am not certain of the impact, as with good medical care these days, even with a severe infection, you are expected to survive. It's a quality of life, however, that will be in question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. For Mr. Graham, thank you for an excellent presentation. So I was particularly interested when I saw the microorganisms appearing. So how did you get that? Is it a regular thing that you found using the same methods with other microorganisms?
Yes, so Erwina species is known for causing soft spot rot on most of our crops, and it was sourced from a reputable food processing lab in Kingston. So it's from a really strong source.
Oh, so you didn't get it from the soil?
Not from the soil, no.
Oh, yeah, because I was concerned. Because I was wondering, so if you said different sources, you know? Mm-hmm. So I was expecting that you got them from it. That's okay. Thanks for that clarity. Then the next question is, if we find that ampicillin is highly resistant, is this still, I'm asking your opinion, do you think those antibiotics should still be on the shelf?
Yes, I still think they should still be on the shelf. Why? Because the bacteria may not have the ampicillin-resistant gene. Now, that gene might be passed on in the soil community or the water community from a resistant to a non-resistant, but not all the pathogens will have that resistant gene. So my staph infection might be cured by the ampicillin, but another colleague owns may not be cured, and that's because my strain of staph has the resistant gene. So yes, I believe it should still be on the market.
But what will you suggest? Because in this day and age, when there are conditions, everybody is given augmentin.
Yes.
All right? Everybody is given augmentin. So what will you suggest based on your knowledge of antibiotic resistance before one is given a broad spectrum antibiotics?
Okay, I would suggest we could do a complexing. We could complex the weaker, more resistant ampicillin to, let's say, tetracycline. We could do a synthetic complex, but it's a very expensive process, and it's really good. Scientists have done it before, but instead of getting rid of it, we could complex it with another antibiotics to create a more stable and stronger compound.
What about the first antibiotic sensitivity testing? Would that be required before you do the complex?
Yes, that would be required. So we have to do antibiotic testing. We have to decide the minimum inhibitory concentration that is needed to, elicit a bacteriostatic effect. Okay. So yes, all those are very important as well.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Graham, again, thank you for your presentation. I'm curious, given what Doc has just spoken about with the high levels of resistance of your isolates, so they seemed all promising, but which ones would you move forward with, and what are your next steps, given the environment that we live in with the high levels of resistance to that?
Okay, so moving forward, we picked the most diverse colonies. We have like a set of the most diverse. Also, we picked the most active. So the isolates that give the bigger zones, the clearer zones, we picked those. And for next steps, we want to ferment the isolates, batch fermentation. That way we can extract both primary and secondary metabolites. And then in that stage, it'll be more pure and more potent. Now, in the previous stage, in the cultures, they're not very pure. They're in their crude form. So fermenting them and purifying them would give a higher potency, and then we'll do another round of antimicrobial testing. And based on that performance, we'll decide to use some chemical techniques like NMR to know the structure and the compounds present, and then we can move forward to developing a compound. Dr. Hamilton?
Over to you, Dr. Hamilton. Okay, we want to thank our two previous presenters for those excellent presentations. Could you put our hands together for them? We want to thank Dr. Michelle Hamilton, Director of the National Laboratory Services, for moderating this session. And again, we want to invite you to continue to join us as we go into our final scientific session. And please go to the website to view all the wonderful things that are there. We are going for a short break, but please do not leave us. We will be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. And again, thank you to our presenters, Dr. Rankin Mullins and Mr. Graham.
Hold on. Yeah, all right?
Yes, sir. Why am I feeling all right?
I want to come and see her sneeze, and I come so close to me, brother.
When we make her see me a sneeze, people can't sneeze again.
And then your brother said COVID still a keep.
And what is COVID done a long time? I don't want to hear where you there.
Wait. Let me show you, man. They talk about COVID done. Last thing me hear about dozen cases in a one day, brother.
Me no hear nothing like that.
You're not here, so you feel because you're not here about the case, man, you're not see them in the studio about. No, man. You need to still wear your mask, sanitize your hand them, and observe social distancing.
And you know, some of my mask too, me just not wear it more while not come and see the use feet. But since you educate me about them some here, better as well me put your hand, me can't afford to catch corona and I tell like this. Thank you, sir.
Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Hello? Hello? Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic, winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could I really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here what you are going to do for all away. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please. And thanks.
COVID-19 is still here. Always wear your mask correctly while in public places, covering your nose and mouth at all times. Masks should never be worn over the head, under your chin, below your nose, or hanging from your ears. Recovery from COVID-19 can take up to 60 days or more. The mask or the ventilator? You choose. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Make me come hurry up and got the people them work here. But Jesus, me nah my mask. Me nah mess up my nice match red lipstick. Girl, you idiot. Think of the consequences. Remember a public transportation you will take. What if somebody cough or sneeze? Plus, what if the person you're gonna sit beside has corona and you don't know? Girl, go put on your mask.
Don't touch your eye or your nose or your mouth as a mask with them ass out. Mask out, away till corona pass out. Pass out, your ear a mask with them ass out. Mask out, them sex to stay in your house. Your house, hey, me love road, yes, but me top walk it.
Hold on. Yeah, right?
Yes, sir. Why am I feeling alright?
I want to come and see you sneeze and I come so close to me, brother.
When we make her see me and sneeze, people can't sneeze again.
And then your brother said COVID still a keep.
And what is COVID done a long time? I don't want to hear where you there. Sir, allow me, huh?
Wait. Let me show you, man. They talk about COVID done. Last thing me hear about dozen cases in a one day, brother.
Me no hear nothing like that.
You're not here, so you feel because you're not here about the case, man, you're not see them in the studio about. No, man. You need to still wear your mask, sanitize your hand them, and observe social distancing.
And you know, some of my mask too, me just not wear it more while not come and see the use feet. But since you educate me about them some here,
Make me come hurry up and got the people them work, yeah. But Jesus, me nah my mask. Me nah mess up my nice match red lipstick. Girl, ya idiot. Think of the consequences. Remember a public transportation you will take. What if somebody cough or sneeze? Plus, what if the person you're gonna sit beside has corona and you don't know? Girl, go put on your mask.
Don't touch your eye or your nose or your mouth as a mask with them mask out. Mask out, wait till corona pass out. Pass out, your ear a mask with them mask out. Mask out, them sex to stay in your house. Your house, hey, me love road, yes, but me top walk it.
Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could that really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here why you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please, and thanks. Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could that really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here why you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please, and thanks. Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could that really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here why you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please, and thanks. Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could that really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here why you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please, and thanks. Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could that really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here why you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please, and thanks. Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're not wearing a mask, you're not washing your hand, and you're not keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could that really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here why you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please, and thanks. Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're not wearing a mask, you're not washing your hand, and you're not keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could that really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here why you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please, and thanks. Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're not wearing a mask, you're not washing your hand, and you're not keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could that really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here why you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please, and thanks.
Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. COVID-19 is still here. Always wear your mask correctly while in public places, covering your nose and mouth at all times. Masks should never be worn over the head, under your chin, below your nose, or hanging from your ears. Recovery from COVID-19 can take up to 60 days or more. The mask or the ventilator? You choose. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. COVID-19 is still here. Always wear your mask correctly while in public places, covering your nose and mouth at all times. Masks should never be worn over the head, under your chin, below your nose, or hanging from your ears. Recovery from COVID-19 can take up to 60 days or more. The mask or the ventilator? You choose. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. COVID-19 is still here. Always wear your mask correctly while in public places, covering your nose and mouth at all times. Masks should never be worn over the head, under your chin, below your nose, or hanging from your ears. Recovery from COVID-19 can take up to 60 days or more. The mask or the ventilator? You choose. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. COVID-19 is still here. Always wear your mask correctly while in public places, covering your nose and mouth at all times. Masks should never be worn over the head, under your chin, below your nose, or hanging from your ears. Recovery from COVID-19 can take up to 60 days or more. The mask or the ventilator? You choose.
Make me come hurry up and got the people them work, yeah. But Jesus, me nah my mask. Me nah mess up my nice match red lipstick. Girl, yeah idiot. Think of the consequences. Remember a public transportation you will take. What if somebody cough or sneeze? Plus, what if the person you're gonna sit beside has corona and you don't know? Girl, go put on your mask.
Don't touch your eye or your nose or your mouth as a mask with them mask out. Mask out, away till corona pass out. Pass out, your ear a mask with them mask out. Mask out, them sexy stay in your house. Your house, hey, me love road, yes, but me top walk it.
Is it time? 1:15. Hello, should I proceed? Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, all. I hope you can all hear me. My name is Howard Lynch, Director, Policy Planning and Development in the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And the task has fallen to me to, I'm guessing this is the final session, because I heard before that the other one was the penultimate. This is scientific session 7, Health and Wellness and Laboratory Studies is the theme. I'd like to first thank all the viewers for joining us. Welcome to those on Zoom, those watching on Facebook and on YouTube. You can engage with the ministry through the social media, at the MOHWGOVJM. That's at the MOHWGOVJM. In terms of your questions, participants, you can place those questions in the question and answer window in the Zoom. We will try to take the questions from Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube if time permits. And questions will come from the floor as well. But please note that the actual question and answer session is at the end of the second presentation. We have two presentations this afternoon, one from Ms. Tiffany Butterfield and the other from Ms. Anya Kushney. But to start the ball rolling, first up would be Ms. Tiffany Butterfield, and the title of her presentation is Assessment of Commercial SARS-CoV-2 Antibody Assays, Jamaica. And a little about Ms. Butterfield. Ms. Tiffany Butterfield is a PhD candidate and research assistant in the Department of Microbiology at the University of the West Indies, Kingston, Jamaica. Her doctoral research has assessed immunometabolism as a potential mediator of cardiovascular disease and diabetes mellitus. Ms. Butterfield has extensive knowledge in virology and immunometabolism and has co-authored various publications. She has presented at conferences and seminars and has visited and participated at other universities. As a research assistant, Ms. Butterfield is responsible to carry out sampling, testing, measuring, recording, and analyzing in cooperation with the rest of the lab team on various laboratory projects. Ladies and gentlemen, I now give you Ms. Tiffany Butterfield. Ms. Butterfield, you're up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tiffany Butterfield, as stated, and I am here to present on behalf of a large team of persons who worked on a collaborative effort where we were assessing antibody assays using patients at the University Hospital of the West Indies. To give you a brief background as we go into this, the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic that we've all been living through, it's almost a year because research has kind of looked into it and realized that the first cluster of cases were around early December, late November 2019. But key was in January 7th, 2020, they isolated the novel coronavirus. And in virology, isolation of the virus is always the first step in going through with all the various research that we need to develop vaccines, treatments, and diagnostics. And the key to that, you can see in January 12th, we moved on and they shared the genetic sequence. And pretty soon after that, they developed their primers, their probes, and all the things that we need for the nucleic acid amplification test that is now the mainstay of diagnosis and confirmation of cases. The first published real-time PCR method was the Charité method that was published on January 23rd. And of note, this is the method that is used at the National Influenza Center at the University Hospital of the West Indies. Since then, most of the cases for SARS-CoV were predominant in the Asian region with a few imported cases in Europe and North America. But then March was the big turning point for almost everybody. March 11th, we know it was declared a pandemic. March 10th, we had our first case. And importantly, for diagnostics, March 20 was when FDA issued emergency use authorization for various commercial nucleic acid amplification test kits. That is important because it's the availability of the test kits and the amount of testing that you do that will be able to help you in terms of your management and your public health policies in managing the pandemic. So from March up until now, we know we've had a growth in cases as we expect as a pandemic is running through the communities. Some notable dates, April 3rd, there's approximately 1 million cases worldwide, with 47 of them from Jamaica. June 28th, 2020, we had reached the 10 million threshold, and as of yesterday, we were at approximately 56 million cases, of which 10,151 were those in Jamaica. But the key here is that in April 2nd, when they authorized antibody testing, there are various studies that were done in antibody testing, and there are some challenges because a lot of the testing was done in very specific populations with very specific population parameters in terms of hospitalized versus non-hospitalized, symptomatic versus non-symptomatic, racial disparities. So in terms of just broadly putting these testing into different populations, it's not recommended. It needs to be validated in each setting. So for that, we decided that for us, we would want to validate antibody testing So if you go to the next slide. So basically there are three main diagnostic testing available. This project focused mainly on antibody detection, but nucleic acid amplification is the most sensitive and gold standard as stated, and it detects active infection. Antigen detection is also possible, but mainly it is a point of care testing, and it's low sensitivity because there's no amplification of the signal. So you need to make sure that the person is giving you adequate numbers of the antigen. So in those cases, it's more set up for settings where there's high viral load, highly contagious, so it's the more symptomatic patients. So in the hospital, point of care testing, antigen detection is might be more routinely used. Antibody detection, however, is important in virology because it allows us to do seroprevalence surveys. It allows us to detect, for those people who probably present with late infection where the antigen load has decreased, we're able to then detect them based on their antibody and their immune response. So antibody detection is a mainstay, and it's something that we need to make sure that we understand for COVID. So we decided to go and look into antibody detection assays that became more readily available as the months progressed. So we wanted to look at that. So one of the first things in determining the reliability and validity of a diagnostic test is we need to make sure that we can detect diagnostic sensitivity and diagnostic specificity. So the sensitivity is the ability of the test to, out of your pool of positives, how good is it at detecting those positives? And your specificity is out of your ones that you know are truly negative, how good is it at making that the differentiation of your negatives? And so our inclusion criteria for our samples that would be used for diagnostic sensitivity were that they had to be a non-pregnant adults, they had to have a previous positive COVID-2 PCR test, and they had to provide informed consent. And for that, we got 42 samples from 37 patients. For our specificity, the key thing is that we needed to make sure that they were true negatives. So the way how we were able to determine that these are true negatives is to take samples that were archived before the introduction of SARS-CoV-2 into our population. So we looked for archival samples from 2018 to 2019 that were stored at the virology section at the Department of Microbiology. We assessed 5 different types of immunoassays, well, not 5 different types, 5 different commercially available assays. The Architect and the Alexis assay are chemiluminescent immunoassay that require high-cost instrumentation in the laboratory. But the good thing about that is that they allow you to batch your samples. So you're able to manage your sample handling and sample preparation better with these kind of tests. The Euroimmune, IgA, and IgG kits are your regular ELISA kits. And these also provide batching, but they're more lower cost instrumentation that the lab will need. While the Trillium IgG and IgM assay is a rapid lateral flow immunoassay. So if you've ever seen a rapid assay, it's like a disc where they then put the sample on and you can quickly read. So it doesn't require any instrumentation, and you can test as samples come in. You don't have to batch them. So it depends on the setting, might determine which test you would need. So we felt it was important to include different types when we were looking at the assessment. When we look at diagnostic specificity, so now on to the results. We looked at 122 archival samples, and we tried to make sure that they were representative of most of the viral pathogens that we have within our society. Because one of the things about specificity that might be a problem is cross-reactivity with other antibodies to other viral species. So we wanted to make sure that we had a better representation of what is within our population. And so we had samples that were positive for antibodies to our viral infections, our Zika, chikungunya, and dengue, some herpes viruses, the CMV and the Epstein-Barr, parvoviruses, our retroviruses, HTLV and HIV, our hepatitis viruses, and we also made sure that we had some respiratory samples from respiratory illnesses status. So they weren't reporting anything; they were just looking for vaccination status, and also samples from our antenatal women who come in for routine testing. And the good thing about it is that we realized that we had very good specificity, ranging from 96.7 to 100% across the board with all our assays. And for those small number of false positives, there didn't seem to be any pattern. I mean, it's a small number of, so you can't really detect patterns in small numbers, but there was no specific type of positive sample that seems to be coming down as more positive with the assays. So it seems to be just an artifact of the test, and we're very confident that it's highly specific. Now for sensitivity, if we look at the graphs, there are 6 graphs identifying the 6 different tests that were done. Ideally, the first 3 bars are showing you the time to onset of symptoms, time from onset of symptoms. So the first bar is 6 to 9 days prior to the symptoms. And if we look at all 6 assays, we have pretty low sensitivity as early from 6 to 9 days. When we really see the highest sensitivity come up is when we start looking past 10 days since the onset of symptoms. We're at about 78 to 100% in these times. When we have past 10 days onset of symptoms, we have very good sensitivity. And the sensitivity was similar across the board with all 6 assays. With those first 3 bars, however, those were all our hospitalized patients, because again, we were talking about symptomatic patients, so these are the people we have in the hospital that we're able to follow, collect timely samples from them. However, we were also able to get some asymptomatic and mild infection samples from those patients, and we only got these for greater than 14 days since their PCR test. So that is the last column that includes all our samples that we had that were greater than 14 days, either greater than 14 days past their symptoms or greater than 14 days past their PCR test. And we realized that when we looked at this, our sensitivity seemed to drop. It was like 75 to 71, and in some cases, I think we had 68% for our sensitivity when we included our asymptomatic and mild. So we're moving from high 95 with our symptomatic to around 75. So we thought that that meant that there was something with the severity of the disease that's affecting your ability to detect antibodies later on. So we disaggregated our data by severity of symptoms, and this severity was classified based on the WHO classification. And as you can see, for all our assays, the more severe, the higher the sensitivity. And when we did a chi-square analysis, the moderate, severe, and critical was significantly associated with being positive for antibody detection. So the asymptomatic cases, very low sensitivity in terms of detecting antibodies. Key note, however, is a small sample size, and I would think increasing the sample size could probably give you more light on that subject. But it does match up with what we're seeing from other papers that have been published, where they're seeing that for asymptomatic, it's a little bit harder to detect the antibodies. And they probably associate that with either the viral load and the immune response that is generated towards that viral load. So we then also looked at viral load, and we used our cycle threshold from our PCR as our relative indicator of viral load. So a high cycle threshold means that you have a low viral load, and a low cycle threshold means you have a high viral load. So in this case, our samples that were identified as antibody negative had a high viral load of around 33 for the mean. And for our samples that were identified as antibody positive, had a low viral load of around 23, 24. It was the same across all our assays, with only 2 differences with the Trillium test and the Euroimmune test. But even with those differences, the statistical significant difference between the 2, either negative or positive, remained for all the tests. So samples that seem to have a higher viral load are more likely to be positive for antibodies when we try to do antibody detection. So all the assays, as we've seen in the previous slide, seem to be operating at the same way. So we look directly at each sample and how it operated against each assay. And it's pretty highly congruent between all the assays. So regardless of the antibody assay that you're using, you're pretty much likely to get the same response and the same result. So it's a good thing to see that all the assays are responding the same with our samples. So the takeaway message that I wanted to make sure that I got to everyone was that the diagnostic sensitivity for SARS-CoV-2 across all assays is comparable. So there's no big advantage to each assay. And they all have high specificity, which is a good thing in a setting where we might have a low prevalence of infection. However, the presence of the antibodies is more likely to be detected if you have samples that are greater than 10 days from onset of symptoms, and also you're more likely to detect it when you have symptomatic infection, either moderate, severe, or critical infection. And that we found that the higher SARS-CoV-2 viral load, a relatively higher one, is significantly associated with a positive antibody test. So this information is very good to have, and it's promising information that if we even apply it to a larger sample size, could help us in determining how we're going to implement antibody testing within our setting. And also it coincides with a lot of the research we're seeing coming from larger studies, And so we believe that what we're seeing is actually what we will see when we start testing more and more people. And so in my final acknowledgements, I'd like to thank the National Influenza Center because they did all the PCR work and detecting all the antibodies, and they're working assiduously in making sure that we can confirm our cases, and the Global Infectious Disease Research Training Program, of which I am a fellow. So thank you very much for your attention.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Butterfield, and for a comprehensive presentation. And you have the group there have already extended their thanks to you. So now, moving to the second presentation, and just to remind, all questions are after this presentation. And this is oral presentation 14. The presenter is Ms. Anya Kushney. The title of her presentation is HIV Program Outcomes for Jamaica Before and After, quote unquote, Treat All, a population-based study using the National Treatment Services Database. Ms. Anya Kushney has over 12 years of experience in epidemiologic research, public health, and international development, working primarily with the Caribbean regional HIV response. She has held positions in PEPFAR and UNAIDS, where she gained extensive experience through a diverse portfolio of work, including program management, epidemiological research, routine monitoring, outcome monitoring surveys, outcome evaluations, and has publications focused on HIV service delivery. Anya is currently a fourth-year doctoral candidate. I guess this is Tampere, I'm not too sure of the pronunciation, University, the Unit of Health Sciences, and this university is in Finland, and also serves as a program evaluator, that is Ms. Kushney, program evaluator for Health Connect Jamaica, where she manages patient-level data related to primary care service delivery with private sector physicians. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Ms. Anya Kushney to deliver, I guess this is the final presentation, scientific presentation for the day. Ms. Kushney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm the last one, but I hope I can hold your attention for 15 minutes. So I will be presenting as the first in a series of studies aimed at looking at HIV program outcomes for Jamaica. This particular study focuses on the Treat All strategy. So what is Treat All? Treat All is the WHO's primary strategy aimed at achieving the UNAIDS 1990 targets. Treat All was developed to ensure epidemic control across the globe, and it came into being when the global HIV treatment guidelines were changed by WHO in 2015-2016, and WHO encouraged countries to implement that. Jamaica implemented Treat All in 2017. Treat All has three primary objectives: early HIV diagnosis, immediate initiation on treatment, and of course, the ultimate goal is viral suppression of all HIV patients. Now, why is Treat All important? Our national data shows that 1 out of 3 Jamaicans were diagnosed at a late stage in 2017, based on WHO's clinical staging for HIV. Globally, men are disproportionately affected, receiving only 30% of tests, even though they are more likely to be living with HIV. They're less likely to take a test. And globally, more than 50% of persons with HIV are considered suppressed, only 50%. Jamaica, as of 2018, our suppression was at 65% of our HIV population, the persons who are on treatment. The study aims to assess the characteristics of PLHIV on treatment, as said before and after the implementation of the strategy. And we aim to do this by identifying factors associated with two binary outcomes. The outcomes are HIV stage of diagnosis, and we've categorized this as early or late diagnosis based on CD4 cell count, and viral load status, suppressed or unsuppressed, based on the number of copies of the virus in the patient's blood. Secondary objectives, we assess changes in treatment of viral load and assess changes in treatment uptake and also viral load uptake. We're hoping that this would lead to an improved understanding of the demographic and clinical factors associated with improved HIV outcomes nationally. Our sampling, we used secondary data that was taken from the National Treatment Services Information System, or TSIS. TSIS collects over 50 variables. We selected 8 routinely collected variables to assess with a focus on clinical and demographic variables. So gender, age, the location of the treatment site that the patient was registered to, the clinic dates, the ARV dates, CD4 and viral load testing dates and results. Ethical approval was obtained. We are using HIV data, so we were required to obtain ethical approval from the Ministry of Health's IRB board. We selected persons 15 years and over, and the data spanned 4 years. So we looked at data from January 2015 to December 2019. We separated the data into 2 different data sets representing before treatall and after treatall. So the data was analyzed separately to ensure that there was no overlap with the patients. And we applied an inclusion and exclusion criteria. This is the inclusion and exclusion criteria. I just wanted to emphasize the patients who were included in the top, left-hand corner. We focused on patients who had been on treatment for at least 3 to 6 months. And that is to ensure that there was some consistency with the national guidelines. And also because we are looking at suppression, so you want to be able to assess patients once they've achieved some level of control on treatment. Our data analysis, we carried out bivariate and multivariable logistic regression analysis using our program. The models that we looked at, so 2 models. So the demographic variables, we looked at the associations with the demographic variables. And also for model B, we wanted to look at the association with HIV stage of diagnosis and also viral suppression. So we used 2 models in the logistic regression analysis. So to get to our results, before treatall, we found that 61% of the persons received a baseline viral load test. So this is before they were started on treatment. After treatall, that decreased to 46%. 13% had done a first viral load test after ARV initiation, compared to 19% after the strategy was implemented. And this is important because, as we said before, one of the key objectives then is to ensure that you're using viral suppression as a way of managing patients. For the final analytical sample, we found that those with a first viral load test after starting treatment received their test 3 to 6 months after ARV initiation. So there was consistency with the national guidelines that remained after the implementation of the strategy. We also found that 40% of persons initiated treatment 0 to 20 days before their first clinic date at a public treatment site, which increased to 54% after the implementation of the strategy. And what this says to us is our national data suggests that 25% of persons who are diagnosed for HIV are actually diagnosed at hospitals in A&E. So what this is telling us is that persons are actually being started on treatment before they're linked to care at the primary care facilities. So they're being started on treatment when they're in hospital, which is one of the objectives of TREATAL. We want persons to be started on treatment immediately after diagnosis. And so this data is telling us that that is actually happening right now. Okay. With regards to we found that there was an increase in early diagnosis of HIV, and this was represented with the increase in the baseline CD4 count after TREATAL. Also with regards to proportions, most persons after TREATAL were being categorized at an earlier stage of HIV, so 54% compared to 40% before TREATAL. With regards to viral suppression, 76% were considered suppressed before TREATAL and 80% after. So there were more persons achieving suppression. And this may be as a result of persons being initiated on treatment earlier. Our regression results, what I'd like to point out here is male and the 40-plus age group. So males and 40-plus were consistently associated with late diagnosis before and after the strategy was implemented. We didn't see a change really in other variables. However, for the Southern Regional Health Authority, there was a change from late to early diagnosis. This was not a significant change, but we noticed that there was a change nonetheless. For viral load status, none of the variables, none of the demographic variables that we looked at showed any significant association with viral load status, suppressed or non-suppressed. When we used Model B, however, we found that late HIV diagnosis was associated with 2 times higher odds of viral non-suppression, both before and after the strategy was implemented. And this is expected because diagnosis does lie within that causal pathway to suppression. So if you do have late diagnosis, then you're not going to achieve suppression as quickly. So in conclusion, what did we find? Early diagnosis increased, early treatment initiation increased, the uptake of first viral load testing increased, and viral suppression after the first viral load test also increased. We found a decrease in baseline viral load testing, and we also found that NERA, Northeast Regional Health Authority, that had 2 times higher odds of viral non-suppression before TREATAL, and that went to lower odds after TREATAL. We found, again, no change in males and persons over 40 years old. They were consistently associated with late diagnosis before and after the strategy was implemented. And this is consistent with what we're seeing in global data and studies coming out of other countries where males are not showing up to treatment, and persons who are over 40 years, they may be experiencing treatment fatigue at the time, so they are not as adherent with their medication. With regards to our study strength, despite the difference in sample sizes between both scenarios, before and after, gender was mostly equally distributed. So the findings with regards to males, that was not as a result of any differences in sample sizes. It was also a population-wide study. All 4 regional health authorities were sampled. And while the time periods for the 2 scenarios varied, all the time intervals used for the relevant variables assessed were consistent. Study limitations. TSIS does not allow us to assess adherence. TSIS does not provide data on when the patients collect their data. So we were not able to provide, to do an analysis with regards to adherence. We do know that adherence is on that direct causal pathway to suppression, but we were unable to assess adherence. At this time, due to the limitations with the database. The HIV diagnosis dates were not provided also, so we were only able to use the first clinic date to assess when ART initiation actually began. Viral suppression, we were only able to assess suppression based on the first viral load results. And the data set that we had, deaths are also removed from thesis. So we were not able to assess deaths within the study sample. Thank you, and I'd just like to thank the Ministry of Health and the HIV STI unit for providing the data, and also my co-authors and my advisory panel. These are my references are next.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kushney. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had in the closing two excellent presentations. The floor is now open for your questions or comments.
Okay. Thank you for your excellent presentations. I'll start with Ms. Kushin. Please, the male who were showing up late,
yes,
as well as adherence to the treatment,
yes,
are we able to find a way to reach out to this male in the society? Are there policy? Are there recommendations? How do we reach out? How do we reach out to the males to facilitate effective compliance with treatment and accepting treatment? And then are there support in place? Are they living alone? Are they by themselves? Do they have family members who are aware of their status, who could support them through the treatment instead of treatment fatigue, and then they just give up? So all of those, are we able to assess those?
So with regards to males, I think this is a problem the national program has had for several years, and there is continued dialogue as to how do we reach males. As I said, it's not a Jamaica problem, it's a global problem. All the data across the world is showing most countries having an issue with just the health-seeking behavior of males in general and getting males to come into care. I know the national program has been working on this strategy, and they continue to work on this. They've implemented several different projects targeting males, men's health clinics targeting males, and just different interventions to get males to come in. I'm not sure what else they can do.
Okay. I haven't seen anything on the TV that is showing me that men, get up now, man, go check up yourself.
Because in the past they've had ads. Well, yes.
We need it now.
Yes, we do. We still need it.
We need it.
And they're aware of that. And it is in our national strategic plan, the national HIV strategic
we
plan,
need to bring it up.
to come up with some strategies to target males. Yes.
We need to bring it up.
But I think the Ministry of Health they're working very hard to do that. And it's not just HIV. I think in other, with regards to other diseases also, there's an issue getting males to just come into care.
If we don't save the men, we're going to get women alone in the society, and we don't need that. So it is a serious issue. We need to put a seriousness to it and look about the way we can help the male in our society. Listen, if we don't help the one in the 40-year-old group, what about the babies that are coming up?
I agree with you.
So we really need to let that be one of the main things we take out of here. Our men need help.
Yeah.
I remember last year, Dr. Grant, there was a presentation that talked about men being anemic. Everybody in the room, you could hear them breathe. I said, oh my God, could that happen to men? But what have we done to it? Are we taking care of the men? Of course, the men don't want to be.
Trying to
they
take
don't
care
want.
of
No,
the
they
men.
don't want to be taken care of because they want to be on their own. But guess what? Let's give them the jingle. Let's put it out there. Let them hear. All right.
And I think we can't ignore that there is still that stigma associated with HIV. We still have to keep that in mind.
And put that in place. There shouldn't be any more stigma. And for my pretty young lady here, Thank you. You did very well. You just run through that very wonderful group presentation. So I asked you a question. Did you remember what I asked you?
The numbers?
Yes. Can you tell us the numbers?
Okay, so for our positives, we had 42 positive samples. So they were SARS-CoV-2 positive samples that we're using to determine sensitivity. And for our specificity panel, we had 122 samples.
Okay, thank you. So a quick question now that I find you right here. All the things we see on TV, so many people treated, gone home. So are you aware? Can you give us a little bit of an answer to those who have recovered and gone away? Was it that they had low viral load, or it was some level or they had some innate Jamaican immunity that kept them well and they could go back home?
I'm not going to say innate Jamaican immunity, but there has been some talk about populations that have the TB vaccine in their national program. That seems to be having some protective effect. So the immunity that you mount to the BCG seems to have some outside effects on other viral pathogens. And so people are studying that, right, as we speak, using samples from other areas that have the BCG in their national program versus places that don't. So Europe and North America don't. And so you're seeing a higher death rate. Yes. And maybe just us having it in is making us better. But again, that needs a lot of research.
A lot, yes. Thank you for that exposure, because within the Caribbean, you realize the numbers are really low. The numbers are really low, and it is commendable, all right? So thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, we have 6 minutes for this left. Any more questions, comments?
Yes.
Right. So, Ms. Butterfield, what is the rationale for varying the number of cycles for the RT-PCR?
So the PCR, you need time to amplify the actual nucleic acid. So we are detecting the nucleic acid that is actually present, and sometimes it's a very low number, so you need to amplify, so you need to give it as many cycles as possible for it to go through the stage of the reaction. So you're going to create more of the actual target, and you need to just give it more time to do so. So you're going to have to create more. That is why the higher cycle threshold means that's the lower viral load, because it took such a long time for it to then develop the target. So you need to create all this time to make sure that you're picking it up, but then you also don't want to give it too much time for you to have artificial artifacts in your sample.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Butterfield. And we're just saying thanks for the excellent presentation. And can you say it loud and clear again that antibody kits are for past infections or late current infections that are greater than 10 days?
Okay. Should I say it really? Antibody testing is for past infection or for late infections, and it's really for persons who have developed antibodies past 10 days of symptoms.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions, comments? Going once?
Somebody
Any
just
from
asked.
From the QA chat section?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing.
Okay. Somebody asked if we can use it in clinical practices. Private. I would say not at the moment. But as I said, I'm a scientist, so I'm all about numbers, and at the moment we haven't really put it out into the general population to know how they're going to react and what information you're getting from it. So I wouldn't want it to just be widespread use until we've actually done the validation that we need to do.
Right, because we do have some evidence that they are being used in some of our private clinic, doctors' offices, and persons are getting results. But we are not there yet where they can be using these with any amount of confidence. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so the confidence level is not up yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there.
Thank you.
Okay. 3 minutes left. Any more comments, questions for our presenters? Okay, that sounds like no. All right. I guess you could continue with the applause in terms of thanking both presenters again for a comprehensive and excellent presentations. But before we go to the break, which is scheduled for 2, I'd like to remind the participants, those here and those joining us virtually, you can look in the chat and you can see where you will locate the evaluation form. So you are encouraged to complete the conference evaluation form. You also, in the break, could view the conference booklet on the web page. You could view the posters as well. And ladies and yes, a question?
Dr. Hamilton here.
Yes, Dr. Hamilton.
Good afternoon again,
Good
everyone.
afternoon.
I would just like to make the point, based on the last question that was asked, as to whether or not these kits can be used in
private sector
office situations. The use of kits in private offices, or for that matter, anywhere in Jamaica, would be governed by the Ministry of Health and what is approved. And this research notwithstanding, the use of antibody test kits for diagnostic purposes in Jamaica is not approved. We have heard that it is not suitable for diagnostic purposes internationally, and this is something established by both the CDC and PAHO, and it certainly is our position here in Jamaica. So while we are gaining an understanding of the functioning of these antibody kits through this research, it does not in any way mean that information from this research could be utilized by private practitioners or anyone in Jamaica for the use of antibody kits for diagnostic testing. I just think it's important for us to know that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Hamilton, for that clarification. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go to the break. And after the break, you can take the opportunity to complete the evaluation form, undertake the research promotional quiz, and the closing event, which will be the vote of thanks, will be done by Dr. Andreen Grant, and that will bring a close to the end of the 11th Annual National Research Conference for 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Howard Lynch, Director of Policy Planning and Development, Ministry of Health and Wellness, and I'd like to thank you for your attention. Good evening.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have on our schedule that we would have our wrap-up and vote of thanks at 2:20. In the interest of time, we're going to move it up. So we will have a 5-minute break, and at 2:05, 2:06, we will have our vote of thanks and wrap-up. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're not wearing a mask, you're not washing your hand, and you're not keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could I really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah. It not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here what you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please. And thanks. Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could I really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here what you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please. And thanks. Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're now wearing a mask, you're now washing your hand, and you now keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could I really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here what you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please. And thanks.
Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, we are in a mode of thankfulness. We want to recognize all who have logged on and have participated in this year's 2020 National Health Research Conference. For those who logged on yesterday and remember the presentations, we had a presentation from Dr. Goldburn with a Charlie Brown slide in which he indicated that challenges allow for opportunities. 2020 has been an unusual year in which we have faced a global pandemic. This has changed the way we interact and operate. The Secretariat at one point considered whether the conference should be held this year and decided to go the virtual route, the first time in the history of our conference. As the time progressed, we realized that this brought about an opportunity. So challenges really do bring about opportunities to reach new participants as well as to hear from new presenters. We are particularly grateful for the overwhelming support for this year's event, for the engagement of presenters and audience, and for the wealth of information shared. We could not have pulled this off without your continued support, for which we are grateful. We want to fly the flag high and celebrate excellence and recognize the excellent presentations that we have received, and for the enthusiastic participation experience. So at this point, I'm just going to ask us to clap ourselves. The minister mentioned that essential national health research allows for the interaction of researchers, policymakers, members of ministries, departments, and agencies, and a number of other stakeholders. We recognize that we could not have done this without the input of a number of individuals and organizations. We note that as one event ends, we begin planning. So this is a very intensive process. When the 2019 conference ended last year, we started planning for 2020. And we therefore want to thank a number of individuals because they were varying tasks at different points in the year. And we know that these persons helped to make this event possible. First, we want to thank the researchers who presented for being willing to submit their research to be presented in this event. We recognize that the presentations made are the fruit of many months of planning and implementation. So what we are seeing here at the dissemination is just the end, and not really the end, because we know that many times there are other effects in terms of the research. We want to celebrate the excellent presentations, and so I'm just going to give another hand. We also want to recognize our poster presenters, and again acknowledging that a lot of work goes into this, especially the poster presentations, because we know that they have to be formatted. This year we experimented with presenting it virtually, and I believe that the process has gone well. We also, at varying stages of the planning cycle, also have to choose which abstracts are going to be presented at the event. And so we want to recognize the adjudicators who helped us this year. And these are Dr. Carol Lord, Dr. Kevin Goldburn, Mrs. Karen Nelson, Dr. Tasmoy Crawford, Mrs. Stephanie Bernard Stevens, Ms. Romay Thorpe, Dr. Shelley McFarlane, Dr. Sharon Dawson, and Mrs. Tennille Mullings. We also want to recognize our Ministry of Health family, because this is really a Ministry of Health event, and we have wonderful support from the executive management at the highest level all the way throughout the ministry. We want to recognize the executive management team headed by our minister, Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton, and as well the persons who have logged on, because we know that many of those participants in the conference are a part of our Ministry of Health and Wellness family. We thank the members of the opening ceremony, Dr. Bisesa McKenzie, our Chief Medical Officer, who chaired that event, Dr. Audrey Morris, who presented on behalf of Dr. Theodore Gandhi, Dr. Joy St. John of CARFA, Dr. Varu Dedi of the CDC, and our Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton. We want to thank the special presenters, and this year again, we recognize that we had the opportunity to ask for presentations outside of Jamaica, and I think that this went very well. And so we thank the presenters and panelists who gave excellent presentations, which provoked much discussion, and we hope the discussions continue after the event. These were Mr. Dushian Sabadia, Dr. Kimberly Brower, Dr. Stephanie Fletcher-Larty, Dr. Wilmore Webley, Dr. Karen Webster-Carr, Dr. Kai Morgan, Dr. Earl Wright, Dr. Kevin Goldburn, Ms. Joaquin Murray, and Mrs. Patricia Ingram Martin. We also want to recognize our moderators, and as you will see, the majority of our moderators came from our Ministry of Health and Wellness family, and we're thankful for that. We recognize Dr. Simone Spence, Dr. Michelle Roof, Professor Celia Christie Samuels, Dr. Nadine Williams, Dr. Maureen Irons Morgan, Mr. Jasper Barnett, Dr. Nicole Dawkins Wright, Professor Jennifer Knight Madden, Dr. Tazmore Crawford, Dr. Michelle Hamilton, and Mr. Howard Lynch. Some persons are waited with bated breath because we know normally we have our prizes. We want to say that this year we still will be awarding prizes in excellence of research for best overall presentation, best student researcher, and most impactful presentation in both the oral and poster format. However, what is going to be different this year is that we will have a special prize-giving event for that, and so you can listen to hear when we will have that prize giving. We want to recognize our judges who hold pride of place among us. They have journeyed with us over the 2 days and really have put in the work, because they have been journeying with us for each scientific session and trying to tally the scores so that we can be able to award the best presentations. And so we want to recognize our oral presentation judges, and we have them in the room. So I think I would invite them now to stand as your name is called. Mrs. Shireen Huntley-Jones. Mrs. Karen Nelson. Perhaps they can join me up here at a socially distance. Dr. Sharon Dawson. And Dr. Patience Alonge. So I'll wait for the four of them to come so that at least you can glimpse and see who the four oral presentation judges are. Okay, yes. So here they are, and let me stand out of the way. So thank you very much. We really appreciate the work that they have put in, and as indicated, they are a part of our family. We also are grateful for our poster presentation judges, and some of the judges were actually outside. We have Mr. Jovan Wigan, Mrs. Nicole Martin Chen, Ms. Romay Thorpe, and Mrs. Gemma Azil Lewis. And we're very thankful for the four judges, because as the conference has been going on, they have been interviewing the poster presenters, and they really have put in a lot of work over the 2 days. And we are very grateful for that. We want to recognize our GIS team for their excellent work in moving our conference to the next level. We received recommendations from the GIS in terms of how we would present this conference, and I believe it has added a lot. And even if we get back to the face-to-face presentations, I think we need to continue some of what we have done this year. In Jamaican parlance, we can say that we're gone abroad, literally. So thank you, JIS, for that. We are gone abroad, and we appreciate that. We also recognize the Courtyard Marriott team for facilitating us over the 2 days and who have been very responsive to us. We want to thank our Zoom team. So this is a new initiative, but we promise it will not be the last time, because I think this is something that we have to carry on from this year forward. And so we want to thank Mrs. Natalie Johnson-Marks and Ms. Denise Palmer, Ms. Jamelia Hudson, Ms. Leslie Ann James, and Mr. Jason Lawrence for assisting us with our Zoom and online platform. And some of them are actually in the room, so I don't know if we can get a glimpse of our team. Okay, so thanks very much. And then last but by no means least, I deliberately left this team for the last. It is without this team that we would not have been successful. And so we really are grateful. I don't use the word family lightly, because what I have found is that once persons join, we have a joke that once we grab you, we won't let you go. And we don't have to do this under duress, because normally the family remains. And I think part of that is because we have a team who is enthusiastic about research and want to be a part of this initiative and has seen from the outset the growth from strength to strength to strength. And even in this room, we have somebody who is here for 11 years, I think the 11th year. I won't let the cat out of the bag. So we know that we have persons who have been here from the outset. So really our secretariat is so important, and I'm very grateful for our secretariat. And I invite us to give a round of applause. And that is not even enough. Usually we would join together, but we don't have the space. We're in a new era of social distancing. And so I will read the names, but recognizing that I'm reading the names with much gratitude. So I want to start with Mrs. Tennille Mullings, who actually is in the room, and I would ask her to stand. Mrs. Nicole Martin Chen, who I think is on premises, but due to social distancing, if not everybody can be in the room. Mrs. Stephanie Bernard Stevens, who was actually helping with our timekeeping, and I don't know if you saw the times in the chat. This was not an enthusiastic, over-enthusiastic person. There was a method behind the madness in the sense that she was deliberately doing this to keep us on time and on track. Miss Romay Tharp, Mr. Hector Burrows, Mr. Jovan Wigan, Mrs. Renee Brooks, Mrs. Stacey Ann Williams Maitland, Mr. Stephen Davidson, Mrs. Karen Nelson, who is also in the room, so I'll ask you to stand. Miss Kimberly Nain, Miss Carol Thomas, who I think is outside, Miss Samantha Price, Miss Kimberly Smythe, Miss Shanice Blagrove, who is also outside, and then we have Miss Fiona Henry, who is hiding in the corner. But we just want to thank the team. So we really have come to the end of another conference. I can't believe it that this is the 11th year, but it has come and it has gone and it has gone well. And so we can leave being quite appreciative. We invite you to visit our webpage to view the program, bearing in mind that even though this conference ends, there's a lot of materials that you can still go through. So I invite you to visit the webpage. The program, which has all of the abstracts, was actually posted today. And in addition to the program and what we may not necessarily have seen, there are testimonials. So I think this is an interesting component of the conference where we have gotten feedback in terms of persons who have been past conference winners or who have participated in the conference previously. So we invite you to click and watch and just see what their experiences were of the conference. Please remember to complete the evaluation form and listen out for prize giving. Just a plug with respect to the evaluation. We take evaluation seriously, and one of the reasons why the conference has grown each year from strength to strength is that we listen to suggestions in terms of improvement, as well as suggestions for the next conference theme, etc. So please, we invite you to take the time. The form is online. And even though the conference ends today, you can still complete the evaluation. So we ask you to do that. So once again, we just want to thank you for the 2020 National Health Research Conference. Have a good evening and more again next year. Thank you.
COVID-19 is still here. Always wear your mask correctly while in public places, covering your nose and mouth at all times. Masks should never be worn over the head, under your chin, below your nose, or hanging from your ears. Recovery from COVID-19 can take up to 60 days or more. The mask or the ventilator? You choose. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Hello? 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 Yeah, you. Hold on, and a pandemic winner. You're not wearing a mask, you're not washing your hand, and you're not keep the required 6 feet distancing from other people. And what could I really cause you? You need to stop it. That no mask, no wash, and no distance something there, nah keep. You know what keep? COVID-19. Yeah, it not gone nowhere. COVID-19, they are same way. So here what you are going to do for all of we. Wear your mask, wash or sanitize your hands pan a regular, and yeah, keep your distance, please. And thanks.
Hold on. Yeah, right?
Yes, sir. Why am I not alright?
No, come and see us, please. wanna come so close to me, brother.
When we make her see me and sneeze, people can't sneeze again.
And your brother said COVID still a keep.
And what is COVID done a long time? I don't want to hear where you there. Sir, allow me, yeah?
Wait. Let me show you, man. They talk about COVID done. Last thing we hear about dozen cases in a 1 day, brother.
Me no hear nothing like that.
You're not here, so you feel because you're not here about the case, man, you're not see them in the studio about. No, man. You need to still wear your mask, sanitize your hand them, and observe social distancing.
And you know, some of my mask too, me just don't wear it more while not coming up to the use feet. But since you educate me about them stuff here, better as well me put it on, because I can't afford to catch corona in a time like this. Thank you, yeah, sir.
Thank you for joy, thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day, beautiful day, beautiful day, yeah.
Make me come hurry up and got the people them work, yeah.
Let us unite.
But Jesus, me nah mamas. Me nah mess up my nice match red lipstick. Girl, ya idiot. Think of the consequences. Remember a public transportation you will take. What if somebody cough or sneeze? Plus, what if the person you're gonna sit beside has corona and you don't know? Girl, go put on your mask.
Don't touch your eye or your nose or your mouth as a mask with them mask out. Mask out, away till corona pass out. Pass out, your ear a mask with them mask out. Mask out, them sex to stay in your house. Your house, hey, me love road, yes, but me top watch it.